heaven, thank you for a new day with the breath of life, joy, and strength that you give for us. The moment, we are also grateful for the time and opportunity that you give for us to participate in the activities of the 8th International Conference Basic Science in 2022. May you bless this activity from start to finish, so that everything runs smoothly, safely, and without any problems. Bless all the keynote speakers, participants, and everyone involved in supporting this event. Thank you, Lord. In this our prayer that we bring to our Father in heaven. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the speech delivered by the Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, Pattimura University, Professor Dr. Peter Kakisina, SPD MSc.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor M.J. Sapteno M. Hum, Rector of Pattimura University, Dr. Rida Ajam, Rector of Cairun University, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Pattimura University, the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Cairun University, our Chief of our Department in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Pattimura University, the keynote speakers, Professor Utipol Sintunavarat, Thammasat University, Thailand, Professor Haris Kumar, Madasta University of Miyazaki, Japan, Assistant Professor Henry Elim Ph.D., Pattimura University, Indonesia, Dr. So Ono, Kyoto University, Japan, Resi Eko, MSc, Ph.D., the National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia, and Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea, their colleagues and friends, also to our audience joining us online. I, Peter Kakisina, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, warmly welcome you to the 8th International Conference on Basic Science, ICBS 2022. The conference is held to commemorate to the 24th anniversary of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Pattimura University, under the theme and advancing basic science to be multitasking local wisdom technologies. The conference is hosted by University and Pattimura University and Cairun University. Ladies and gentlemen, This meeting is contributing to the promoting of the scientific and technological collaboration and exchange between scientists in the research field of mathematics, basic science, and its application. This is the third year we are holding our major annual event in virtual format, but I'm sure we are looking forward to the discussion as excited as I am. This year we'll have 5 keynote speakers, 77 oral presenters, and more than 200 participants, no non-presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, mathematics and basic sciences are important parts that will support the development of applied sciences. In addition, in the industrial era 5.0, which is full of disruption in demands of development of adaptable sciences and technology quickly, the response to change that occur today. Therefore, the improvement and extensification of basic science research should continue to be carried out so that the need for applied mathematics and sciences to support all the related research can be made immediately. Furthermore, the result of research that have been carried out can be developed immediately. They must be published immediately. Scientific publications are an inseparable part of research. Research should be published so that it can be known by the general public, and this can be used to scientific purpose, as well as recognizing of all scientific property right exercised by researchers. Other accepted papers in this conference will be published in AIP proceedings indexed by Scopus. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express gratitude to organizing committee for working hard to that today 8th International Conference on Basic Science 2022 can be held. Thank you so much. I also express my gratitude to the Rector of Pattimura University and Rector of Khairun University for all the supports to this event. Finally, I hope the 8th ICBCS 2022 will be fruitful in terms of scientific exchange and that it will reinforce the exciting collaboration between the participants and promote new ones in the future. We also would like to acknowledge financial support given by Pattimura University to this event. I wish you a nice time during the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to listen to the speech delivered by the Vice Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty, Khairun University, Dr. Ade Ismail, SPD, MPD.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I am Ade Ismail, the Vice Dean of Ph.D for Academic Affairs, Hairu University. Before reading the speech from the rectors of Hairu University, I would like to convey the apologies from the rectors for not being able to attend this event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Hairu University in Ternate, North Maluku. I am Rida Ajam, Rector of Hairu University. Welcome the speakers, keynote speakers, and the participants and at the 8th International Conference on Basic Science with the theme Advancing Basic Science to be Multitasking Local Wisdom Technologies. The collaboration between Hairu University and Pattimura University has been established in the three Dharma Perguruan Tinggi, or the three pillars of the higher education program, and will continue to synergize in the development of the two institutions, especially educational service, research, and community service. Hairu University has more than 15,000 students and experiences of a growth of more than 8% every year. In the program of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, or independence learning, which is being promoted by the Minister of National Education, Unhair takes a role in the effort to achieve the main performance indicators, especially in the area the graduates get the same job, students get of campus experience, lecturers to conduct the effectivity outside the campus, teaching practitioners on campus, study program in collaboration with world-class partners, and collaborative and participatory classes. In addition to sending MBKM students outside the district within the territory of Indonesia, the university also sends students to study abroad, which has been initiated since 2019. To strengthen the university in the future, Unhair or Hairu University will continue to strive to provide the best service for the students, stakeholders, the community, especially welcoming the area of Industrial Revolution 4.0. And finally, I hope that the implementation of this conference went well, smoothly, and produced quality research output products. Congratulations on running the international conference, and happy 24th anniversary to the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Pattimura University. Best regard. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Emrida Ajam Hum, Rectors of Hairu University.
Thank you, Dr. Ade Ismail. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the opening speech delivered by the Vice Rector of Pattimura University, also officially opening this conference. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ph.D. Wakabesi, MPD.
Thank you very much, MC ICBS 2022. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Dr. Emrida Ajam Empum, Rector of Cairo University, the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Pattimura University, the Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Cairo University, the keynote speakers, Associate Professor Henry Isaac Elim, Ph.D. from Pattimura University, Prof. Mutifol Sintu Navarat from Tasmasat University, Thailand, Professor Haris Kumar Yasta from Miyazaki University, Japan, Resi Eko Charaka, SSE MSc, PhD from Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology, South of Korea, Dr. So Ohno from Graduate School of Agriculture, Tokyo University, Japan, always presenter and participant of the 8th International Conference of Basic Science 2022 that I respected. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express thank you to the Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science as organizing committee for the consistency you can regularly organize international ICBS conference. We also congratulate to the Cairo University for the fifth time joining together in ICBS 2022. Hopefully, the joint seminar can be continued in the future and we can carry out mutually benefit cooperation in other aspects. Pattimura University is open to cooperate with Cairo University in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, currently after the COVID-19 pandemic has subsided, the world is experiencing uncertainty in the field of the energy, food, and economy resource. This is also exacerbated by the war between Russia and Ukraine, which make world oil more expensive, food price increase. This condition requires prices and fast solution. The research from around the world is expected to provide solution to the problem facing the world community currently and in the future. Therefore, as academic community that have responsibility to the problem faced by our community, university should take a strategy role. Ladies and gentlemen, as the State University of Maluku and North Maluku, Pattimura University and Hiron University should be able to create and produce its latest scientific and technology basis. It was a big challenges for our researchers from both university. On the other sharing, research results are very important to theory. Sustainability and modification can be done by other researchers. So we also hope researchers, experts, and scientists of both university should continue researches. Collaborated not just is both university but also with researchers from other country to the publication and high quality research result can be produced and used by the community. Ladies and gentlemen, as a factor, ladies and gentlemen, as a rector of Pattimura University, I know that numerous new research issue can be continued to discuss and can be developed, be building the knowledge to awareness. I believe we can produce research that can prepare the world for our better life and in the future. I hope the international conference today will run smoothly and continuously so that giving many benefit to all of us. Once again, I would like to say thank you to our keynote speaker who have been willing to share a very important and beneficial knowledge for us throughout this conference. To my partner, the rector of Chiron University, as to University in Maluku Island, I would like to inform you that the University of Pattimura is ready to cooperate with you university in future coming fields. Pattimura University has no resources to support our cooperation. Finally, by saying thank you to the Almighty God of officially open the 8th International Conference on Basic Science 2022 with the theme Advancing Basic Science to be Multitasking Local Wisdom Technologies. Thank you, and I hope you all enjoy in ICBS 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lewakabisi, for officially opening this ICBS 2022. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would ask you to turn on the video because we would like to hold a photo session to keynote speakers, the vice rector, the deans, as well as the participants are welcome to take the position. I would like to guide this session, and we start from the first screen. Please take the position for screen 1. Screen 2, the second screen. The third screen. And for the last screen. Okay, well done. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will show you the video profile of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Pattimura University. Please kindly enjoy the video.
The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, FMIPA of Pattimura University, was officially established in 1998, 26th of February 1998 to be exact, by the issuing of a decree number 045/1998 from the Ministry of National Education, with one of the tasks being the provision of basic MIPA lectures, mathematics, biology, chemistry and physics, within the environment of Unpati. Decree number 3115/2001 was issued from the Director General of Higher Education within the Ministry of Education and Culture, providing permission to carry out the mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology programs of study.
Nama saya Sani Leonupun, saya berasal dari Maluku Tenggara dan sangat bangga bisa bergabung di Fakultas MIPA Universitas Pattimura Ambon, khususnya di program studi biologi. Suasana kampus yang nyaman, juga fasilitas dan sarana prasarana belajar yang memadai membuat saya semakin yakin bisa menjadi salah satu lulusan yang bisa bersaing secara global maupun nasional.
Menjadi salah satu sumber daya manusia yang berguna dan dapat bersaing dalam era globalisasi adalah mimpi dari kami mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA Unpati.
Fakultas MIPA Universitas Pattimura dari tahun ke tahun tetap melakukan pembenahan diri melalui pengembangan fasilitas termasuk gedung dan fasilitas laboratorium. Saat ini Fakultas MIPA memiliki 23 laboratorium spesifik yang tersebar pada 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan matematika, jurusan fisika, jurusan kimia, dan biologi. Dari sisi sumber daya, Fakultas MIPA memiliki dosen kurang lebih 94 dosen, 37% adalah bergelar doktor, dan sisanya bergelar magister. Dengan kekuatan sumber daya dosen tersebut, maka Fakultas MIPA mampu menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kualifikasi akademik yang baik. Dan itu terbukti di dunia kerja bahwa semua stakeholder menyampaikan bahwa lulusan Fakultas MIPA mampu bekerja dan bisa menyesuaikan diri dengan kondisi dunia kerja. Hal ini tentunya ditunjang oleh semua stakeholder, termasuk sumber daya, dosen, dan fasilitas yang terdapat di dalam Fakultas MIPA. Semua upaya-upaya ini dilakukan untuk memenuhi visi dari Fakultas MIPA, yaitu pada tahun 2035 menjadi fakultas yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu-ilmu MIPA berbasis laut pulau, berkarakter, dan berwawasan wirausaha.
Nama saya Sheila. Saat ini saya ada di semester 7 Fakultas MIPA Unpati jurusan Matematika, sesuai dengan keinginan saya untuk menjadi seorang konsultan. Di matematika, teman-teman bisa mempelajari berbagai hal, mulai dari geometri, aljabar, hingga matematika diskrit. Bukan hanya itu, di sini teman-teman mempelajari berbagai konsep, mulai dari angka, bahkan ruang multidimensi. Tidak hanya itu teman-teman, di sini ada juga loh matematika terapan. Pada bidang ini, teman-teman bisa mempelajari ilmu yang dapat diterapkan dalam bidang kehidupan lainnya.
Jurusan Matematika merupakan salah satu jurusan dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Fakultas MIPA Unpati. Saat ini jurusan Matematika MIPA Unpati memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Matematika dan program studi Statistika. Dan sementara menunggu izin operasional dari Kementerian untuk pembukaan program studi Ilmu Komputer. Dan dalam waktu dekat, pimpinan jurusan akan melakukan pembentukan tim untuk studi banding di kampus ternama di Indonesia dalam rangka pembukaan program studi aktuaria atau matematika keuangan. Saat ini jurusan Matematika MIPA Unpati memiliki 35 dosen PNS dan 5 dosen non-PNS yang memiliki berbagai bidang keahlian, antara lain analisis, aljabar, matematika terapan, komputasi, aktuaria atau matematika keuangan, dan statistika. Dan seluruh staf dosen jurusan matematika dibekali dengan berbagai pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kemampuan dari staf dosen di jurusan matematika. Visi dari program-program studi yang ada di jurusan matematika yaitu menjadi program studi yang unggul dan kompetitif di tingkat nasional dalam menghasilkan sumber daya manusia dan riset matematika, statistika, dan terapannya berbasis laut pulau. Profil dari lulusan jurusan Matematika MIPA Unpati yaitu lulusan jurusan Matematika MIPA Unpati dapat menjadi pendidik, yaitu guru dan dosen, dapat menjadi konsultan atau analis keuangan, dapat menjadi surveyor, dapat menjadi peneliti, maupun dapat ditempatkan di berbagai bidang untuk pembangunan nasional.
Nama saya Dian Huai. Saya senang bisa bergabung di jurusan Biologi Fakultas MIPA Unpati. Biologi sendiri merupakan cabang dari ilmu pengetahuan alam. Lebih jauhnya lagi jika teman-teman memilih jurusan biologi pada jenjang kuliah, sehingga teman-teman bisa mendalami segala fenomena yang berkaitan sama benda hidup, seperti sel, struktur, fungsi organ, dan fenomena fisiologis yang menjangkit.
Jurusan biologi mempunyai satu program studi, yakni program studi biologi. Visi program studi biologi adalah pada tahun 2035 menjadi program studi yang unggul dan kompetitif dalam sumber daya manusia dan riset berskala nasional berbasis biodiversitas dan geografi kepulauan. Program studi biologi mempunyai sumber daya manusia 28 dosen dengan spesifikasi 17 bergelar doktor, diantaranya 2 dosen berfungsional guru besar atau profesor, memiliki 3 kandidat doktor dan 8 berjenjang magister. Program studi biologi memiliki 10 laboratorium. Dengan fasilitas-fasilitas tersebut, diharapkan lulusan biologi mampu bersaing dan kompetitif dan fokuskan diri pada penelitian database biografi dan biodiversitas kepulauan.
Saya Deborah Francisca Borgewa. Saya berasal dari Medan, Sumatera Utara. Saat ini saya adalah mahasiswa semester 6 dari Fakultas MIPA jurusan Fisika Universitas Pattimura. Saya adalah penerima bidik misi. Belajar di fisika sangat mudah dan menyenangkan. Teman-teman akan dapat pengalaman baru tentang ilmu fisika dan penerapannya. Setelah lulus, teman-teman tidak perlu khawatir karena prospek kerja lulusan fisika sangat luas. Teman-teman bisa bekerja di bidang pendidik, peneliti, pertambangan, bahkan teman-teman bisa bekerja di perusahaan minyak dan gas. Maka dari itu, mari bergabung dengan kami di MIPA jurusan Fisika Universitas Pattimura.
Jurusan Fisika memiliki satu prodi, yaitu prodi Fisika yang tergradasi B dengan sumber daya manusia berkualifikasi master dan doktor dari dalam dan luar negeri. Fisika kami menjadi program studi yang unggul secara nasional tahun 2025 dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan penerapan hasil-hasil penelitian fisika yang berorientasi pada potensi daerah berbasis laut pulau. Pengembangan keilmuan pada prodi fisika bertumpu pada bidang keahlian fisika eksperimen dan material, geosains yang terdiri dari geofisika dan oceanografi, serta fisika instrumentasi yang terfokus pada pengembangan device instrumentasi dan nanoteknologi. Untuk menunjang seluruh kegiatan perkuliahan, praktikum, dan penelitian, prodi fisika ditunjang sejumlah fasilitas belajar dan sarana penunjang. Kami mengundang adik-adik sekalian untuk bergabung bersama kami, prodi fisika MIPA Unpati, dalam mengembangkan keilmuan fisika dan memajukan daerah ini, bangsa, dan negara.
Saya Renova, saya mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA jurusan Kimia. Siapa nih teman-teman yang suka pelajaran kimia sewaktu sekolah? Pasti teman-teman akan cocok kuliah di jurusan kimia. Karena di kimia, teman-teman akan lebih banyak belajar kimia di berbagai bidang.
Di jurusan kimia, teman-teman akan mempelajari struktur, sifat, dan aktivitas suatu zat. Terdapat pula materi kimia senyawa organik yang mempelajari senyawa-senyawa kimia bahan alam yang dapat digunakan sebagai obat herbal.
Jurusan Kimia MIPA Unpati saat ini memiliki satu program studi, yaitu program studi kimia, di mana program studi kimia memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan inovatif dalam pengembangan ilmu kimia serta sumber daya manusia yang berkarakter laut pulau di tahun 2035. Jurusan kimia memiliki staf pengajar sebanyak 22 orang, di mana 11 orang tenaga pengajar adalah bergelar doktor dan 10 orang bergelar magister. Kami memiliki 1 orang profesor. Dalam menjalankan visi program studi kimia, berharap bahwa dapat menghasilkan lulusan-lulusan yang siap untuk mengelola sumber daya alam laut pulau di Provinsi Maluku, serta dapat menjaga keberlanjutan atau sustainabilitas dari pembangunan yang dilakukan terutama di Provinsi Maluku dan di Indonesia.
The embryo of FMIPA Unpati came into being through the cooperation between Unpati and CIDA, Canadian International Development Project, which began in 1988. the formation of the basic science unit of mathematics, biology, chemistry, physics, and statistics, with the support of Simon Fraser University in Canada and several universities within Indonesia, such as the Institute of Technology Bandung, Gadjah Mada University, Institute of Agriculture Bogor, and Hasanuddin University, in the form of short courses and further study within the country and also overseas. As a public service university, of course, FMIPA Unpati is supported by good facilities. In order to fulfill the vision and mission of FMIPA Unpati in providing quality manpower that can compete in this era of globalization with the development of science and technology. Facilities provided include administration offices, offices for lecturers where students can come for consultation, meeting room, auditorium, sports facilities, student council office, Center for the Disabled, mosque,
Nama saya Sheila, asal saya dari Manado, dan saya senang bergabung dengan Fakultas MIPA Unpad.
Nama saya Azara, saya berasal dari Makassar. Saya adalah mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA Universitas Pattimura, jurusan Biologi semester 7. Dan saya sangat bangga menjadi bagian dari fakultas ini.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Tresya Madeline Rohomana, saya berasal dari Fakfak Papua Barat, dan saya bangga menjadi bagian dari FMIPA Universitas Pattimura.
Mahasiswa Fakultas MIPA juga telah berperan aktif dalam program MBKM melalui kegiatan-kegiatan yang langsung mereka ikuti dari kementerian maupun mata kuliah yang memberikan kesempatan untuk mahasiswa berkarya sesuai dengan passionnya. Jadi MBKM ini cukup membantu mahasiswa nanti ketika mereka ada di dunia kerja. Supaya apa? Supaya dia mampu bukan menjadi pengguna teknologi, tetapi dia mampu membuat teknologi. Nah, ini terbukti dengan negara-negara yang saat ini berkembang dan negara-negara maju dan menguasai teknologi saat ini, itu karena kemampuan ilmu sains, khususnya MIPA, itu sangat kuat. Karena itu mereka bisa menguasai teknologi. Nah, salah satu kemampuan sumber daya manusia yang bisa menguasai teknologi saat ini. Karena itu, Fakultas MIPA terus berbenah diri seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan, karena harus juga menyesuaikan dengan perubahan-perubahan, itu juga harus diikuti dengan perubahan-perubahan kurikulum yang harus menyesuaikan diri dengan kondisi-kondisi tersebut.
FMIPA Unpati continues to improve both the physical facilities and the improvement of the quality of teaching staff, who continue to strive to improve themselves in order to achieve the vision and mission of FMIPA Unpati, so that students of quality will become equipped to be competitors in the development of Indonesia. Please come and join us at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Pattimura University.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to go on the plenary session. And each session will be going for 45 minutes, 30 minutes for the keynote speakers, elaborate the topic, and 15 minutes for the question and answer. We would hope all the participants stay focused on the session. Well, without further ado, now please let me welcome our moderator, Mr. Ronaldo Talapesi, Ph.D., as our first moderator to moderating this first session, with the Excellencies keynote speaker, Associate Professor Henry Isaac Elim, Ph.D. So, Mr. Ronald, please open the session.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary session of the presentation of renowned keynote speaker, Associate Professor Henry Isaac Elim, Ph.D. I'm privileged to be here today. I am Ronaldo Talapesi, the moderator. Thank you for joining us. This morning, we have the pleasure of having presentation of Professor Henry Isaac Elim from Pattimura University. The host, could you show the Professor Elim CV, please? He is a senior lecturer in Faculty of the Mathematics and Natural Science, Department of Physics, where he has been teaching for 25 years. Along his career, he has conducted research and written over 95 papers and more than 4,000 citations on this field. We are fortunate today to hear him speak on modest physical method to explain the interplay among molecules and or nanostructure with multitasking healing system based on local wisdom. Professor Elim will present the topic approximately for 30 minutes and 15 minutes for discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Henry Isaac Elim. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Ronald Talapesi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the audience from all over the world. I'm very glad this morning because this is our 8th International Conference on Basic Sciences. And when we started the first time, I was one of the invited speaker in 2014, among another speaker from Japan, Malaysia, and other scientists from Java, Indonesia. And at the time, we still did continuing it annually, and this is the 8th year. We are very lucky. We have friends from University of Cairo. So this is my first time to be the invited speaker with the two hosts, a collaboration between Pattimura University and Cairo University. So hopefully you guys in Ternate, north of Maluku, are great over there. How are you? Assalamualaikum. Nice to meeting you. I can see you are very happy over there. Next time I will visit you there. All right. Can I share my presentation file? Okay, can my file is there? Okay. Good morning, the president of Cairo University and also the president of Pattimura University, as well as the dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. You are very honored in our thought because your contribution is uncountable. So that we hope by continuing this international conference on basic science, we believe Maluku archipelagos consisted of over maybe around 1,700 small islands, about 10% of the number of islands in the whole Indonesia. We can generate the technology, the novel technology from our local wisdom, already provided by our, our grandpa, grandmom, our old teacher, and so forth. So this is a good time for us to continue and to improve as well as to advance the basic science. So this is a good opportunity for me to share with you guys, including our honor distinguished speaker from Japan, from Thailand, from Malaysia, from all over Indonesia. Allow me to start my presentation. Okay, today I will talk about a modest physical method to explain the interplay among molecules or nanostructures with multitasking healing system based on local wisdom. So when the first time I returned from my study and my postdoc as well as my research professor from overseas in 2012, and then continue another postdoc and return again in 2014. We, together with Professor Ronald Talapesi, we developed the first research lab in physics department about nanomaterial for photonic nanotechnology. And we already developed about 8 years. We already produced a lot of our research students, maybe over 80 research students already graduated, and they already went to the whole world. Some of them in Australia, in Russia, in another different countries, as well as in some top university in Indonesia, like in Bandung Institute of Technology or IPB Institute of Pertanian Bogor, or Institute 10 November in Surabaya, as well as Gajah Mada University. So that is our assets, our valuable things, our students, and they will continue to advance this science and technology, especially in this nanotechnology era, in this 21st century. So what I would like to share here, according to my experience, I did a lot of work with exotic materials, including super heavy materials, the 5 biggest international research grant at Tohoku University, about 4.5 years. It was about 4 trillion yen, about maybe 400 trillion rupees at the time. We tried to develop the best of the best material from our multidisciplinary research center of advanced material at Tohoku University. So we tried to choose the best organic material, which is from polymer or plastic. And then we tried to choose another good nanomaterial, such as from titanium dioxide nanoparticles, zirconium dioxide nanoparticle, or silicon dioxide nanoparticles, embedded in this matrix of the polymer, so that they can be used as ultra-fast optical switching, as well as very good waveguide and another electro-optic device and integrated optics. Why we use optics? Because the light cannot be defeated. It is about 1 million times faster than the sound, and also over 100 million times faster than the temperature, as well as wind and so forth. That's why we have to move to the photonic things. The quantum computing is coming. Everybody will do a competition with a very short time, not use a very heavy supercomputer. So that is physics. So this is our kitchen. How we can produce our big works with a very simple thing daily. When we started our laboratory, we use all of the garbage around our campus, and we try to change all of the garbage from the mountain to the ocean until the plastic garbage to be a very, very good fiber, a super fibers. Why? Because we have the knowledge of the nanoscience and physics of the nanotechnology. So we can change all of the structure of the useless thing to be very useful thing, such as from graphite become diamond, for example, and also become super fiber. You know that the human body consists of many fibers. That's why it's very strong. And this is our integrated laboratory. We built one by one from 3 multiplied by 4 meters square to big laboratory. Now we have a teaching lab, we have a creative living room, we have our research lab, we have a nanomedicine garden. We are physicists, but we can do these all things. So that's why practice makes perfect. And when we try to be faithful and hard work and always focus on our field of physics, then we can contribute to many different multidisciplinary fields. Okay, this morning talk consisted of 4 parts. Firstly, the introduction. Secondly, research techniques. Thirdly, results and discussion. And finally, I will give you my remark and outlook. What is going on to the future about this kind of very sophisticated applicable nanotechnology. Okay, what is nanotechnology? Maybe some of you there, students and maybe young scientists, didn't know about nanotechnology. So if you're talking about physics, physics key points, only 2 words. First one is sizes, the second one is interaction. So all of the system in the whole universe can only be discussed in physics by about size and interaction. So these 2 things is the key points. It's just like a father and son. Size can understand the interaction, interaction can understand the physics of size. So when we started the first atom, third atom, like water, and you know, God make our earth using water, and also he destroyed the earth about 5,000 years ago in Noah time, Prophet Noah time. He make a flood everywhere. He destroyed the atmosphere of the earth. So it cannot handle all of the, you know, the radiation from the cosmic rays and from nature, from other space, from other galaxies to us. That's why we cannot live longer anymore, because our atmosphere already broken. We can live only for about 120 years. All right. And then we move on as these all theoretical physicists like Albert Einstein, Erwin Schrödinger, Richard Feynman. I was my background was theoretical physics. I study theoretical physics at Gadjah Mada University from the best Indonesian theoretical physicist, Professor Dr. Muslim from Gadjah Mada University. And I have to finish my bachelor thesis for 2 years. It was very burden, but I love it. And because I like the difficulties. So the more difficult, the more I like to solve the problem. So finally, I found a new technique how to calculate when a quantum system is changed only a little bit in the influence of any potential. Then the energy will shift from the shift in the ground state, the shift in the excited state, the second excited state, and so forth. We can calculate analytically, and we can use the computer numeric program to generate the exact energy shift from these all states. So we compare to the Schrödinger equation, and it is exactly almost the same. So it was a good beginning for us. And my master, I went to Gadjah Mada University. I continued this Schrödinger equation. We tried to solve the more difficult one with the nonlinear potential, nonlinear Schrödinger equation, and with the couple equation, and many series of couple differential Schrödinger equation with the nonlinear potential. And it is very applicable now in the ultra fast optical switching devices. Like now we talk only in the speed of light, everybody can hear us all around the world. So this use the solution of the soliton from the nonlinear Schrödinger equation. This Schrödinger wave generated by the laser moving inside the optical fiber in the speed of light, and the amplitude never going down. Yeah, when it interact between many different data, it never loses its data. So this is very good one. So what makes me move to this nanotechnology? When I started to continue my PhD at NUS, I'm probably the first Indonesian who get a PhD degree in physics from National University Singapore. I was very lucky. God bless us, thanks to his blessing. Nobody can educate me in theoretical physics of such kind of sector or many series of the coupled nonlinear Schrodinger equation. So the head of physics department allow me to, okay, I suggest you to continue in the laser physics because many nonlinear optics there, you may have a very strong background in theory, you can solve many problems in the experiment. So I started to learn how to tune on the femtosecond laser, nanosecond laser, try to learn how to set up the optical system and generate the integrated electronic system with the optics and so forth with the detector. And I did it. So this is the way God changed us from nothing to be very useful for many people around the world. So that's why I'm very glad today I can share you not only from our Pattimura University friends, but also from Cairo University in Ternate. I was there during the the Copertis 12 when Professor Udin became the head of the Copertis 12. He carried me to there to educate some about 17 universities, private universities in north of Maluku. So I went to Tubelo, went to Manado and so forth. So it was my opportunity to share my knowledge to you guys over there. So I believe now it is not a coincidence we can do collaboration with Pattimura University with Cairo University. So maybe next year we can continue better. You will be the player. At the beginning, normally we learn from others and then we improve and we can become a player. Okay, so today's talk, I will focus on the size of nanotechnology. Why nanotechnology? Because now everybody, all of the sophisticated modern country or superpower country like America or Russia or maybe Germany or Japan and so forth, China, they already moved to this nanotechnology, which is as small as 3 nanometer. Samsung has been already donate about $4 billion to build a 3 nanometer nano chip for all of the electronic devices and photonics and so forth. So this is the smallest technology that the human being can do so far with a large scale. It can be applied to many different devices. Last time when I was at NUS in 2007, it's only about 40 nanometer. Now after 5 years, 15 years later, it's already 3 nano. So they're going to move to atomic chip. But so far, atomic chip is only in laboratory. My next laboratory at NUS is from Germany, Professor Christian Kursiper. He did a quantum computing experiment, communicating with the quantum using teleportation, using cryptography and so forth. So I did how he used laser to do that. And then, so they are competing all around the world. So we have to work hard for Maluku in order to educate our students so they can go around the world to be educated in the better technology and return us here to use our local wisdom to be much better than them. Okay. Okay, so the idea to advance our nanotechnology system in physics, we normally try to analyze everything, almost theory of everything. Already. So everybody already developed physics with a very, very great scientist so far. They try to use until superstring theory and so forth. And now the complicated become very simple and we can easily understand what the meaning of the God thought. The meaning or the understanding of God is closer to the scientist's opinion. So when the knowledge comes from heaven, it is very pure, it's a heavenly wisdom. And then this knowledge can generate the very good method. In natural science, it is exact method. It is absolute truth. It is based on the conservation law, the law that is truth everywhere, not depend on space and time. For example, 7,000 years ago in the Eden Garden, Adam and Eve also study physics the same exactly as Paelim and Paronal today in this audience. And also, there's such kind of conservation law or eternal law is exactly the same. Do not depend on this time and space. So that knowledge generate the method, and this kind of method will produce a very, very good characters, very, very good properties of something we investigated, including human being, including the inside of human being, including the animal, including the universe. These all things, the character of everything. So I call this one the Trinity God stick. It's only one stick, but with a very three good personality. And they generate a field below them. You see this kind of field below this Trinity God stick, and we apply it in our integrated laboratory. How we educate many students, we using these three parameters. If someone says, okay, the Professor Elim, we can fit everything. We only have 4 parameters in physics, then we can do it. It was wrong. Okay, of course, if you fit anything with the 4 parameters, you can fit anything, and it is not true. It is wrong. Okay, so I will show you why it is wrong. Okay, this is the proof. It was started by Professor Boltzmann. He tried to understand the kinetic energy, and he measured is exactly 1.38 multiplied by 10 to the power minus 23 joule per Kelvin. And this all temperature related to this constant, and it will generate the kinetic energy. And then it was continued by Max Planck from Germany, from Humboldt University. I was there in Humboldt University when we visited NASA Germany. The Humboldt University is just next to NASA Germany. Then I entered this Schrödinger library at Humboldt University. Wow, very quiet. German people, they are very punctual. They are very quiet. They only speak when you allow them to speak. So it's not like us in Indonesia. When we enter a building, wow, we are talkative. We talk everything. We make some noise. Everybody study, no noise. Okay? Even when we walk there, wow, we have to step slowly. Don't make noise in our steps. So that's the first quantum equation I learned, Schrödinger equation. And I try to change the Schrödinger equation to be confluent hypergeometric equation, and then solve by using the exact solution, which is much better than the Schrödinger equation. When I did my bachelor degree at Gajah Mada University during the supervision from Professor Dr. Muslim. Muslim is a very genius theoretical physicist from Indonesia. He studied, because he's very brilliant, he studied Ph.D. at Purdue University in America without any master because he's too brilliant. So he just get Ph.D. without master. And when he returned, he a very faithful teacher. He just focused to educate our physics as good as excellent as best as God. So I'm very proud to be a student of him. And then after the Planck discovered this kind of elementary quantum action in the whole nature, this was universe starting with the Planck time, with the quantum action of 8 strip like that is 6.626 multiplied by 10 to the power of minus 34 joules a second. And it's related to the frequency and the energy. So these are only 3 parameters. Again, Einstein tried to investigate deeper, moving from the theoretical physics to the experimental physics of photoelectrical effects, and he get the Nobel Prize. And finally, this all complicated energy in the universe, including the gravity can bend the light, he discovered in the general theory of relativity. Of course, only 3 parameters. Energy is equal to mass, just like the chemistry. All the chemistry was based on the mass conservation law, because mass never disappear, because it is related to energy. Energy never disappear, just move or change to another or transform to another energy and so forth. And it is related to light. So that's the reason why we have to use the light. Okay? If we can use the light, we can do something faster. If we can understand the light, of course, we can move faster than light. If you don't understand light, you never move faster than light. Okay, so the next thing, so why? It's so simple, because God is simple. Okay? He only three personality according to Christian belief, like knowledge related to Father, which is much better than the Son of the method of the knowledge, and the character of the Son is like the Spirit of God. Okay, so it's simple. Okay, today talk, I can develop very simple technique to study everything, especially interplay. In this case, I just focus in the interplay among one molecule to the other molecule, among one nanoparticle to the other nanoparticle, among nanostructure to another nanostructure. Just very using basic physics. Okay, why I can do that? Because I have observed many things when I was overseas at NUS about 6 years, 4.5 years at Tohoku University. So we published a lot of characters or properties or behavior of this kind of new nanochips. For example, nanoparticles, fullerene. Of course, who invented the fullerene got a Nobel winner. From Rice University, Richard Somali and his friends, and also Heri Kroto. I met Heri Kroto in 2003 in the International Conference on Material Science in Singapore. He did a plenary lecture over there with another Nobel winner from Germany, Haus von Gleasing, who discovered the first experiment of the proof of the effect Hall effect. So this is the first nanochip ever discovered on Earth, and it actually exists in if you burning the wood in very high temperature, and then you can get from the core of this kind of burning wood, like become coal, charcoal. You can discover this carbon 60 inside it, or fullerene or buckyball. And then we try to expand it. I work with many different scientists who develop this material, including from American Air Force, from and Massachusetts University in Lowell. You know, the Massachusetts University is the largest university in Boston City, even larger than the Harvard University and also the MIT. I went there. These three biggest university, Massachusetts University has 5 campuses over there, very big, very huge in every campus. They have many students. So I collaborate with the chemist of this University of Massachusetts, Professor Long Chia. And also there is a Harvard scientist, he's a catalyst expert working in the Massachusetts General Hospital. I was there invited to present it, what we can do for them. If we saw our technology, of course, our Maluku technology is not enough to compete with them, but we have the God technology. Okay, so this is our local wisdom. What is the God technology? Our things in our small island, beautiful island, our fruits, our plant, our nature, that is our laboratory. So I went there, just presented the physics of Galoba. You know, Galoba is a Singiberaceae fruits. Now there are about 8 genus Galoba fruits we already planted in our nanomedicine garden, and it become a herbal forest, small herbal forest behind our physics laboratory. So thanks God, God bless us. So we did the physics inside it. That's why today I would like to share how we carry the difficult, the complicated thing become very simple. Okay, so this is the background. Okay, I was lucky because the Nobel winner visited our laboratory. This is Professor Anthony Leggett. Professor Anthony Leggett, he just got his Nobel Prize from the superconductor from America. He came with these 2 big guys from the Oxford and Cambridge professor. This is my supervisor, Professor Ji Wei at NUS. So this is the first Nobel winner who entered our laboratory. And this femtosecond laser, I used to do that, including we investigated many nanochip like a fullerene derivative, carbon nanotube, many complicated carbon nanotube coated with gold, coated with silver nanoparticle, with many semiconductor like carbide, silicon, and so forth. And it is another professor, Professor Lee Jim Yang. He also get PhD from America, Michigan University. I worked with him as a postdoc in the Faculty of Engineering, Department of Biology and Chemical Engineering. So they have very good chemicals, make the chemical there, and we have a physics equipment to characterize, to investigate the properties, the behavior, the character of this whole material. And this is a conclusion, all of these fullerene derivatives. So by this whole publication, then American hear our achievement from all our papers. That's why we have to publish our paper. If we don't publish our paper, no one knows our contribution to the whole world. That's the reason why we have to publish. Publish, you can help another world to develop their science, even their life quality. They can produce the technology which is very effective, very useful for humankind, with a cheap price, with a very effective, very small energy, with a very, very sensitive sensor and so forth. So that's the reason we have to publish. Okay, first of all, I saw this, our first paper in JAX. This is the best paper in chemistry, Journal of American Chemical Society. Because this is the first material that incorporate two different things. One is a semiconducting PBS. This semiconducting PBS about 15 nanometer, and gold metallic nanoparticle, which is about 3 nanometer, attached to this PBS semiconducting. And this scientist who made this material is the first author is my collaborator, Professor Yang Jian. He did his PhD in Taiwan, and he did his postdoc at the same lab to me. So he made this sample, and I investigate the nonlinear optical properties of such sample. And I found a very interesting thing. But at the time, I didn't explain as detailed, just like today I will present it to you. At the time, we just measure and identify the character of the material. We didn't do the theoretical physics. So now, when I arrive in Ambon, we don't have such a $1 million equipment, but we have a brain more than $1 million equipment. So we can do these all problems that has not been solved, the theoretical part. So the physics part is still a mystery there. So that's why this is all the reason how this small metallic nanoparticle can be attached one by one, very ordered, very uniform. And when you control the concentration of this gold salt incorporated with this PBS quantum dot, then it can coat the whole quantum dot of a PBS. It depends on the concentration. And this is the optical properties, the UV fish spectrum. And this guys is we measure with femtosecond laser how fast the electron jump from one state to another state, and then moving from, for example, if there is an Auger recombination, the electron in the excited state, after absorb the photon, he can move, part of it can move to another part in this gold, another part will do the photoluminescence, relax to the ground state again, is the Auger process. Another thing is when we publish in advanced material, it's now very, very top journal. Maybe the impact factor now as the same level with the science and nature. During the time, is the impact factor around 8. Now it's maybe over 30. Very difficult to publish in this journal in this current time. So this time, the carbon nanotube, we try to coat with the zinc oxide. How to do that? It's very easy. We try to make the carbon nanotube. We're growing using PCVD, plasma enhanced chemical vapor precision. We can control the length. 1 minute can be 1 micron, 2 minutes, 2 microns, and so forth. And then the carbon nanotube in the silicon substrate that we grow inside the plasma enhanced chemical vapor deposition, we just heat up in our hot plate, okay, and react it with zinc. And this zinc can capture this kind of oxygen from the open air, and it can make the zinc oxide nanoparticle. Incorporated with this carbon nanotube. Again, we study again the character of this. So the method is not changed. We only have a C-scan method. It's already very famous everywhere to measure the nonlinear optical properties of a material. Very simple technique, can measure the nonlinear absorption coefficient as well as the nonlinear refractive index of a material, C-scan technique. We have an optical emitting technique. It's not changed. The technique, we can measure everything, different material, we use the same technique. We have a pump probe technique to measure how fast the electron or the particle move from one state to another state. Okay, in the very complicated electronic structure, optical or photonic structure. So the method is not changed. Just like I remind the scripture, Jesus ever said in the Hebrew 13 verses 8, Jesus never changed, now, tomorrow, and forever. So it's like a method, a God method to show that God is true in heaven. The method is not never changed. His son never changed. So it is true, just like we did in our experiment, our method never changed. Our method, C-scan technique, optical emitting technique, and pump probe technique never changed. But our material, different material, new material, different character, different the physical system. We have to study, we have to observe, and then we have to explain the physics. Another system again, this one sample, one day a professor from Poland, he contacted me email. Professor Ilim, can you collaborate with us? We have a very interesting sample. There is a magnetic quantum dot inside the carbon. Oh, okay. I studied many carbon chip, including the carbon nanoball and so forth and so forth. That's why they try to find me. So, okay, you just send via FedEx because I also already received my research sample from America, from Air Force, from Massachusetts University. They just sent via FedEx. 1 to 5 grams is already okay. We can dissolve in the solvent like toluene, DMF, and so forth. I can try to interact with lasers. I can measure the properties. Okay, so this guy, I never met him until now. He's already more than 15 years. We published in Chemical Physics Letter. I measure the optical emitting properties. Before I measure optical emitting properties, this optical emitting property is for the Google. The American Air Force, the optical emitting material is coated in their glasses, so it can scatter this all very high intensity of the radiation in space with the high speed. So this is why we study the optical emitting properties. This is very useful for the multi-billion-dollar, fighting airplane pilot. Okay? To be a fighting, fighter pilot, you need about $17 million to train them until they become expert, very expensive. Okay, so that's why the airplane was very. That's why the eye also has to be protected with very excellent optical emitting material. Otherwise, when they get high intensity radiation suddenly in the eye, they can, not conscious. So there's a small thing. The good eye can produce your good heart also. Okay. So you see that when I increase the intensity, the transmitter decrease. This is the character of optical emitting. When you get the high intensity laser, it can scatter. So your eye still okay, no problem. You still safe from the radiation. That's the optical emitting property. Another system, we study the detail about the physics of the material invented by these chemist scientists in our lab. I studied did physics about it, and I did some calculation. Oh, there are many bands here in the semiconducting PBS, and then according to the measurement and our theoretical fitting, and the problem now, and we measure how fast the response of the sample in femtosecond laser in different intensity. And now the problem, how to explain it? We don't know how to explain this one. So we keep thinking it about, and my supervisor, Professor Jiwei at NUS, keep thinking. I already get offered to be a research professor at Tohoku University. So I have to resign from my postdoc position at NUS, according to, the suggestion of my supervisor. Oh, you go to better position. Here is only postdoc. Over there you have assistant professor or associate professor position. In Singapore, it's easy. Just a 1 month process, you can go. Okay, no problem. We are very happy if you get the better position. So I went to Japan, and still paper is not finished yet. And during the time of work, 1 year later, I get the email from my boss, former boss from NUS. I got the idea. Here, this picture is his idea. Okay, now we can explain our experimental and theoretical data. Okay, so this actually, the electron get absorb the laser beam, the photon energy, photon absorption, two photon absorption, and jump to higher level excited state in the semiconducting conduction band. And then part of the electrode move to the gold, to the area of the very strong plasma in the metal nanoparticle, and part of them relax and emit the photoluminescence to the ground state here. So this is called as Auger recommendation that that generate the resonant energy transfer to gold nanoparticle. Okay, then when we submit it, I just accept it with the just minor revision. We are very lucky. Okay, so another things we study before I went to Japan. I was invited. I didn't register for position. They know me from my publication and they send me email. Do you want to join our project? We need your expertise. We need people like you. We can pay you with a big salary. Okay. So we studied this first in 2003. This is my first international paper in the top physics paper at Applied Physics Lander. And this very simple technique to fabricate nano hybrid. My friend from material science, he's Professor Ahmad Yumono. Now he's a professor, top scientist in University of Indonesia. When he became famous there, he invited me to give a lecture, invited lecture at the University of Indonesia. So I explained these all things to his students and his graduate students, and some scientists over there also. So this is the material prepared by Professor Ahmad Yumono, and I did measure the properties, the band gap, then also how fast. It's ultra fast, only about 1.5 picosecond. So it's ultra fast. It can be used for optical switching device. That's why many people also want to absorb the photon from the solar system using the titanium dioxide. They can keep to the battery storage, and can produce the electricity to everyday life with a very fast charging time. And this is the background is PMMA polymer, and the titanium dioxide quantum dot about 5 nanometer in diameter. Embedded to this polymer. You can produce also. Okay, when I went to Japan, I started from the beginning how to make this whole nano hybrid sample. When I was at NUS, I didn't make sample. I just tried to prepare the sample. Other people already prepared, and I just to mix with some solvent, or maybe try to spin coating in the certain substrate of the quartz substrate, or maybe in the silicon substrate, and then I tried to investigate using my very powerful femtosecond laser optical system. So when I went to Japan in 2007, I started from the zero. I started from master student. This is Master Yu Kurata, is a master student. I learned from him how to prepare the nano hybrid sample from nothing. So, we can learn. There is no time for studying. I mean, no requirement. If you want to study, you can just study. Then you can enjoy. It's okay. You can do that. This is my experience. So I did it, including making the waveguide, measure the waveguide and so forth. And this setup to measure my first nano hybrid sample titanium dioxide in the many different resin or polymer. This experiment I designed by myself because I'm from physics with the optical background. So we have laser, we have optical. I arranged the setup. We have the PMT, photon multiplier tube, to count the photon, how many photon absorbed in our nano hybrid sample, in the waveguide sample and so forth. So we can measure very, very accurate. Japan is very accurate. They make the technology very, very precise. They do step by step without missing. Without missing the steps. Okay, so that's why the Japan technology never broken easily. Okay, I went there. I saw how they work. Very excellent. It's very different from the Chinese scientists. When I was in Singapore, Chinese scientists, they're very diligent, hardworking, but they are very careless. Japan, they're very, 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 very precise. Okay? So that's why we discover this is the best nano hybrid sample in the world. 4.5 years, this is the best achievement we published. The transmittance almost 90%, very, very transparent. and the refractive index is almost 2.0. So it's the highest transparent nanohybrid sample in the world. But this paper were rejected in Science, in Nature. The first one is Professor Chai Bin. He's now a professor in Shanghai University. We are two postdocs working in this big project. He's from China. And finally, it was published in the Japan Journal Applied Physics Express. So any discovery thing is not guaranteed that you can publish in Science or Nature. In my opinion, I never think such high class things. I just publish in the best field in my field, like applied physics letter, or maybe chemical physics letter, or maybe journal of physical chemistry B or C, and so forth. Okay, so don't think too high, but you have to work much diligent. Diligent is better than think too high. Okay? So that's the reason. According to the physics, before we do experiment, we already calculate the theoretical physics. Oh, this we have to make the sample which is diameter less than 10 nano. Otherwise, we can observe the mean scattering. We cannot see the sample with almost nothing scattering, because if the sample absorb things, then it will delay the speed of the communication in the ultra-fast communication system. So it must neglect or to get rid this all the scattering. So we have to do the small rel scattering. So according to physics, to be diameter less than 10 nanometer. Okay, another things in our background, why we have to do this all interplay. Actually, in our daily life, there is a molecule we eat from our foods, from our drink. These all many molecules. They have interplay one another. Okay, but we didn't realize how they did it. Okay, so these are many things we cannot escape from the interplay or interaction. That's why physics is all about size and interaction. Different size, different physics. Different interaction, different physics. Okay, so for example, this polymer we want to improve our carbon 60. Carbon 60 already get the Nobel winner. So what we can do? The only thing we have to improve, we can use to protect the Air Force pilot, expensive fighter pilot, to protect many different people from the country. So we have to improve it by incorporating some polymer like this one. This is done by this Professor Long Chiang from chemist from Massachusetts University, and this is Professor Tian Hong Dai from Harvard University. This is my first presentation. This is in the special room. Only people with ID can enter this room. So I was very lucky. I'm from Ambon, and I presented here, not as a listener, but I did present about the physics of Galoba and how we can do cooperate in the future. And many other different things we have in Maluku they didn't have. For example, like minyak kayu putih. We have minyak lawan. We have so many things in our area as a local wisdom. We can study the physics, so people can understand what is the insight of this old oils, essential oils, and so forth. So that's why I cooperate with my students. I educate them so they can become my friend, my partner, to develop this science from our small islands here. That's why we try to make our mobile lab. All our bag consists of many small equipment, spectrometer, pH meter, and so forth. So we can move from one island to another island to do the human being services, as well as study the things that we have very specifically from this small island to help the other world for example, for fighting COVID. Okay, last time we study, our kayu putih is the best one in the whole world. But after we submitted to the scientific report, the Italian reviewer already just did the minor revision, and after the minor revision, they changed the editor to Poland editor, and they rejected our paper. It was the same. Okay, but it's okay. The most important thing, we are blessed people in Maluku. You see, many people suffer with COVID, But in Ambon, we are just like have no COVID. Okay, why? Because we have minyak kayu putih, we have bawang putih, we have so many local wisdom. Okay, to help. I already experiment in my wife friends, and they get healed. Okay, why? Yeah, because we understand the physics behind this whole molecule interaction, the interplay of this molecule to the virus. Virus is a dead things. It's not like bacteria. Virus is already dead thing. It's not a living thing. So this protein manipulate our DNA, our protein, and make this whole virus growing and so forth. So we have to cut it before it grow. So this is the idea why we have to study the interplay. And many complicated structure of these things. Okay, before you do the excellent work, you have to read many different paper related to your work. Okay, you don't need to say, oh, I do experiment first and then later I will check. Yeah, you waste your time, your money, and finally it cannot be published because it's already published long time before you do that. Okay, so the reason why we have to do these whole things background before we find the problem, and we can do the frontier job that other people never done it before. This is the reason. Why? Because before I enter my explanation how this physics of the interplay among this molecule or nanostructure, we have to search everything, including our work. This all work is not explained in deep physics. We just do the measurement and observation, but the theoretical behind it is still unsolved. Okay, that's the reason it is unsolved. So I have to do that. And this all spectrometer like FTIR, fast Fourier transform near infrared, so we can measure this all. The more structure attached to this carbon-60, there is a CO double bonding increase and C double bonding increase. So we can identify. The only player here is C double bonding. CC double bonding and CO double bonding. Okay, that's physics. Okay, now why we have to do this? It is important. It is very valuable. We don't need to waste our whole time to be a scientist and just do nothing. Okay, okay. This is the idea why we are very faithful to work in physics as a pure scientist in our laboratory. Okay, because we understood what did God mean about the valuable thing, the eternal life, the eternal thing that we have to pursue in our walking daily. Okay, first we have to understand our body. Our body consists of many different atoms, and if we calculate the weight, because chemistry is about the mass conservation law, we just measure the whole atom weight. Okay, and we calculate, oh, it's about $500 only. The material of our body only, for example, 70 kg, this all atom, 500, the price of the atom. And then when these all atoms become the organ, become the heart, kidney, intestine, become lung, become many organ, it is very valuable. One organ is already $1 million. So totally about 40 important organ in human body is above $45 million. If we are talking about organ in the human body. So this is about the function. The function is much more valuable than just the weight. Okay? The weight is just nothing in comparison with the function of the something inside your body, the organ. Okay? And what else? This one, most of the scientists didn't see this. This is about our soul. Why we have to pray to God. Okay, why we have to believe that God exists. When I was in Singapore, Japan, and many different countries, most of them is a they're all free thinker. They didn't believe in God. Even my friend Dr. Chebin, he did postdoc in my research group in Japan. Normally he argued with me, why you have to believe in God? God, there is no God. We work hard, we get happy, we get a lot of money, we get family, that's all. We can walk around the world. I said to him, okay, one day God will touch you and you will believe, oh, God is Almighty God. Okay, okay, this is about the soul. The aim of to have a salvation is our soul. We believe in God because we need our soul to be eternal in heaven, in God's heavenly kingdom. So this is the reason you cannot pay the human body, because there is a soul inside the human body. You know why soul? Soul is the last part. When God created the material from the clay, from the atoms, you know, the DNA consists of only 4 atoms. The guanine, adenine, cytosine, thymine is only carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. Only 4 atoms and become guanine, become cytosine, become thymine and adenine. And it's the smallest living cell in human body. It's from clay, from dust. Okay? It's not fallible. And then this all organ is made, it becomes much more fallible, but it's not working yet. So God has to give the spirit from his own mouth and then enter the nose of the Adam, and then this spirit interact with the body. And when the spirit interact with the body, it can produce the soul. So this is the soul is the last created things in human body, that nobody can destroy this soul. Okay, that's why this soul is very, very favorable for the believers. You cannot pay the human being because this soul can enter heavenly kingdom forever. Okay, that's the reason. This is the why we have to do our work very seriously to develop physics, chemistry, mathematics, science, biology, and so forth. This is all related to the eternal thing, related to the conservation laws, related to the eternal God who created these all conservation laws. Hukum-hukum yang kekal. Okay? Okay, now we go to the technique, the method. Okay? We already mapping the whole reaction in the whole universe. Very, very sophisticated, very, very attractive nanomaterial, nanohybrid, metallic nanoparticle with a semiconducting nanoparticle, hybrid between organic polymer or plastic with the inorganic nanoparticle, polymer with another polymer, metallic polymer, and another, for example, insulator polymer. These all hybrid material, very, very unique with a very, very unique different properties. Now, how we measure, how we try to understand more. Okay, this is a step. Okay, what I did, I already had the experience to work with a very expensive equipment. For example, you know, when I did measurement with the femtosecond laser, every year, this laser has to be maintenance, and we have no technician to do that. We only can hire a technician from Japan, and this technician of femtosecond laser, he can only come if you pay him with the standard of SOP, about 20,000 Sing dollar, about 200 million rupees. Okay, he has to use the executive class of the airplane and only not more than 3 days. He's very professional, and he come, he did everything fine. The laser is ready, you can use it, no problem, and he fly back. So this is that's why this high quality research is very serious, because you're talking about spending a lot of money. If you don't have a very, very high quality, you have nothing. You will be fired from your department or from your faculty, because they spend a lot of money and you did nothing. Okay, it's not like in Indonesia, we are civil servant. Even we don't work, every year, every month, we get money from government. Okay, even COVID time, we get money from government. Overseas, it's not like that, especially in Japan. In Japan, your salary have to be paid based on your attendance list. Okay, so my contract as a research professor in Japan, my salary is a daily contract. I have to stamp my coming on campus daily. If I didn't come, they will regret about 13,000 Japan yen. They have to pay 13,000 Japan, about 2 million rupiah every day. Okay, so it's very serious, not like Indonesian. So that's why living overseas is very tough. If you never experience such kind of experience, then maybe you will neglect your very valuable life. Okay. So why I study what we have, not what we didn't have. First, we have this insulin leaf, down insulin, and we have students. They have to finish the Ph.D. Their bachelor thesis. Okay, so I educated how to measure the pH. We have everything. How to make the sample, how to check the inside, and so forth and so forth. We have to collaborate also with the chemistry department. They have GCMS to measure what kind of the compound inside. They have a HPLC, high pressure liquid chromatography to measure to detect what kind of dominant compound inside the sample. Okay, and then later on, after we make the sample, we check the chemistry, and then we do the physics. Okay, so the last thing is to explain. Okay, what does it mean? You need a theoretical physics. That's why our laboratory, we have a theoretical physics lab. We have nanomaterial for photonic laboratory, photonic technology. We have a multi-service center of excellence. This all laboratory to sustain our quality. If we have no kitchen, we have no place to cook our foods, then we have to use the money. We have to buy, go to other people's restaurant, we buy. We measure our sample over there, we just using the money. We have no brain. Okay. But if we have a kitchen, we have a laboratory, we can cook by ourselves, we can produce by our own hand. Okay, even no money, we can produce. For example, our nanomedicine garden, we have no money, but we can grow these things, we can try to take care of it, and now it become a forest of a herbal medicine garden. Okay, that's the valuable of the soul I already told you before, because we respect the quality of the soul in human being. It's very valuable. That's the reason why we have to work hard. We have to work clever, smarter. And after a few years, this student already graduated, the thesis offer. Then I try to explain this, okay, because I have a very strong background in theoretical physics, my bachelor and my master in the theoretical physics. So I did this very simple thing. If this, we measure, there are two only compounds, tagitinin A and tagitinin C, okay? Oh, okay, so only two compounds. So when they interact in this, and one compound to decrease the blood sugar in a human being for diabetic people, and the other one is for the malaria. The other for malaria. That's why when I went to the herbal medicine garden behind my lab, many mosquito, I just took many leaf and I pour it in my body, so the mosquito never come closer to me. Because this leaf is very bitter. Even bitter, much bitter than the papaya leaf, okay, or the papaya flower, okay. Only two compounds. So I explained and I found like this. So this compound is like they integrate like when you move here also you're responsive. It's like a string with two meshes with different meshes, okay. So I have two couple of differential equation. Every molecule has its own string constant. When they interact to another molecule with a different constant, different mass. So this is actually one equation, couple equation. Couple equation means even you have a 2 equation, 3 equation, 4 equation, or n equation, they are coupled. When you try to touch one equation, the other equation will also feel your touch. Okay, it's called as a couple equation or even factor equation, series of equations. And the simple solution. And the important thing here is again, chemistry is the conservation law of mass. Okay, so the interaction between mass never disappear. So we call the effective mass. Okay, between this molecule mass, another molecule mass, they interact. So the effective mass is actually the mass from these two parts, which is joined together and they are very sensitive one another. So this effective mass has to be calculated. Then we can evaluate how big the impact of interaction between these two molecules. Okay, and I found this is about the kinetic energy, and this one is the total energy plus the potential energy. Okay, for example, this is galoba jantung or Horstetia alacea, the Latin name of this galoba jantung. This galoba is very good. I already investigated many different galoba, including the below part with the gold. This is the unique galoba, never found before. That's why I name it my name, Elim alacea. Okay, it was a blessing because I studied this galoba since 2016, and this first time I saw this galoba, and I investigated. It's very different from galoba bawang, from galoba many galoba which exist in Maluku. And this galoba was directed by a pastor. One day we went for civil services in Seram Island, the largest island in our Maluku province, and nobody didn't want to stay in the simple house like a pastor house. They like to stay in the king house and so forth. Okay, I stay in the simple house, in the pastor house, and he talked to me. What are you doing? What did you do in your lab? I studied galoba. I had galoba in my field. Can I show you? Okay, let's go there. When I look, first time I look at this type, wow, this is the new one, and it was growing in the very high grass. Nobody cared about this galoba. So I cleaned up the whole area and I found only 12 trees. And during the time, only they are producing the fruit. So I'm very lucky. So I take the fruits. I go a day after we did the social services over there, pengabdian masyarakat, and then return to my lab. I investigated in detail in the one night, one day, the whole thing, because we have everything in our laboratory. We have a spectrometer, we have a pH meter, and so forth. We can do it very fast. Okay, and then we already have many knowledge of this galoba, so we can do it faster. That's the reason. If you are very faithful and very diligent in your field, you are easily understood if something related to your field. Okay, because every day you do the same thing. Every day you study deeper, and finally you get a one dot. The key in physics, okay? The key in physics is only size and interaction. Okay? Different size, different physics, different interaction, different physics. Okay. Okay, then I calculate this. When we measure, we have about 21 compounds. 21 compounds with dominant compounds around 8 compounds. So that's why I made this 8 compound. Yes. Am I still have a time?
Sure, you have a time.
Okay, thank you. Because I like to share everything and people is very carefully listening. If somebody didn't want to listen also, I just stop and okay, you can continue. So this is my style. There is an action and there is a reaction. If someone is faithful to learn, we can give everything. If someone didn't like, okay, goodbye. You can do what you like. We also don't want to disturb you. Okay. Okay. So the dominant 8 compounds in this galoba jantung from 21 measured compounds, and then I make this physics to understand why we took this all herbal medicine without side effect. It is very different from the pharmaceutical medicine, which is one medicine, one target. Why? When I visited America for the first time in 2018 in the international conference as a speaker among experts of the pharmaceutical scientists and the medical scientists, I was the only physicist over there. I explained the physics of medicine, herbal medicine, galoba medicine for them. So they were very surprised. Because that's the reason why we have to do very specific our field, so we can collaborate with many different fields. We can contribute from our field to many different fields. Why? Because we are very strong in our very specific field. If we are not very strong in our specific field, then how can you contribute to others, which is different field? You have no knowledge. But if you're very strong in your physics, for example, you can collaborate to the pharmaceutical science, to the medical science, to chemistry, to biology, to mathematics, to everything. Okay. But if you are not strong, for example, your field is physics, you are not strong in physics, then how can you do the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary science? You have no contribution. That's the reason we have to be specialized in basic sciences, because basic science is the foundation. The mother of all science is basic science. Okay, just like the baby produced by mother, so basic science is produced, all the integrated or applied science produced by basic sciences. That's the reason why we still focus in the basic science, because we want to touch the core of these all things. So after I calculate this using the couple equation, then I found only about 24%. Okay, this is the how to do that. I already published. Okay, this is also the idea. If you have idea, your idea is yours. Okay, don't tell your idea to another scientist if you didn't publish yet, because it's your valuable thing. Okay, you have to be clever as a snake, but you also have to be faithful and honest like a dove. If you are honest and you are not smart, people can get your idea. They did experiment with the sophisticated equipment. They can publish before you. You lose your valuable thing. That's why I always try to educate my students. When you come here to study, first, you have to be smart. Secondly, you have to be honest, not the way around. Okay? Why smart first? Because nobody can steal our idea. We have to do very carefully, honestly, and then we publish, and then we can tell to the whole world. Okay? It is a good time to share after we publish. So this is a good opportunity for you, for all of the audience, so they can be careful to their own valuable things. Okay? You have to publish it first before you talk to others. Then you can protect your valuable thing. So I talk to you here because I already published over there. Another work, I still working on it. Before I publish, I will never talk to others. Okay, it is the smart and honest thing to protect your valuable thing. Okay, this is very important. It's a character of a scientist. Okay. So after these all things, I found because in nano size, when we do the area divided by the volume, so small radius around 1 to 5 nanometer is the best size. If in the radar scattering, less than 10. But if you want to go to the super nano chip, you have to play around 1 to 5 nanometer. And now Samsung is already go to 3 nanometer. So they will be a key player in the whole technology. Everybody will buy their chip to embed it in all their electronic, photonic device and so forth, in television, in the handphone and so forth and so forth. Okay, because it's a very low energy. Okay, to be used only to generate the high quality, very sensitive chip to the integrated device. That's the reason we use a very small part of material. Okay, the cost is reduced, the quality increase. Okay, and also the sustainability is also continuously improved. Okay, so this is the reason why we have to do. The Richard Feynman said one day, about 6 years before he got the Nobel Prize, one day they invited him in the California Institute of Technology. He's a physics professor at California Institute of Science and Technology, Caltech, in 1959. And he said, there is plenty of room at the bottom. What does it mean? What did it mean? It means that when we go down from a microchip to nanochip, or even go to atomic chip, then we can see the many God knowledge that other people never learned before. That's the meaning of there is plenty of room at the bottom. Okay? Banyak ruang di hal-hal yang lebih kecil gitu. That's why we go down to from 5 nano, go to 1 nano. 1 nanometer is probably the best, around about 100 atoms chip. Okay. That's why there is a weak confinement and a strong confinement. As the nanometer chip getting smaller, from 1,000 atoms to be 100 atoms, from 10 nanometers to 1 nanometer, then you can see very, very strong confinement effect. What does this confinement effect mean? Confinement is like a jail, you know, like an electron inside a jail. When the atoms collaborate together, 100 atoms become 1 nanometer, this whole electron cannot move out. They just like in the jail, okay? So you can see when you visit someone in the jail, they are very sensitive. Wow, this guy, why he come here to visit me? Okay, they are very sensitive already. Secondly, the energy they use to survive, very, very small, different from the free electron. They move around, they spend a lot of energy. Okay, so this is the idea of the nano chip, the idea of the confinement effect in the nano chip. We just use very small energy and we have a very high quality, very high sensitive device using this whole chip. That's the reason. And we can calculate using the physics technique, and it depends on the size. This is diameter and the mass, okay? The smaller atom, of course, the mass also decrease, okay? Then we can see the strong confinement normally around 5 go down to 1 nanometer. That's why Samsung go down to 3 nanometer and even smaller. In maybe 10 years, they can survive in 3 nano. After 10 years, they have to move on to 1 nano, okay? Okay, so this is a competition. Okay? This is an improvement. If we work hard and there is no improvement, we just waste our time. We just waste our money. We just waste our family, our life, our university, our country. That's the reason why we have to work hard to improve. Okay, then we can arrive to the results and discussion. So I have talked a lot of things with the background, with the research technique, and now the result and discussion will be very simple and accurate. Let's see. Okay, now we have this, for example, in Galoba, we have from 20 compounds, and only 8 of them are very dominant in terms of the percentage of this whole compound. And this dominant player will play around to many, many different diseases. That's why I call multitasking healing system. One herbal medicine, they can heal at the same time. Anti-diabetic, anti-cholesterol, anti-inflammation, anti-cancer, chemotherapy, and so forth. Anti-hypertension. So God is amazing. He created something very important. No side effect, can maintain the human life, and also can kill many different diseases at the same time without disturbing another human organs. Why? So my question is why? That's why I want to do physics. That's why I did physics for this, to calculate how precise, how percentage that God used to get the multitasking healing. Okay. In pharmaceutical modern technology, they use 100%. For example, paracetamol to kill the headache, to kill the fever, okay? 100%. One medicine, one target. They make money. You can imagine one medicine, they can produce the such medicine with the patent and so forth with the many, many pharmaceutical scientists, about 1 trillion Indonesian money to produce just one medicine. If they can produce many medicine, well, they get a lot of money. They become very rich men. God give you this Galoba fruit free. You can grow here in Maluku. You can take it when you see. You can. It is free. You can just buy in the market, just maybe 5,000 rupiah. You can get maybe a couple of fruits. You can eat directly. We did physics to fabricate it so it can survive for a longer time, 2 years, 3 years. It is still there, no fungus, no bacteria. Okay, so when there is no harvest, we can consume it with no side effect. The question is, why? Okay, if you want to be a scientist, you do something, you do research, you have to do why. You know, when I was a Ph.D. at NUS, every day my supervisor asked me, why? So every day I have to think, why? How to explain this? Okay. Luckily, I had a very strong background in theoretical physics, so I can almost explain everything there using my theoretical physics background. If you have no strong theoretical physics background and you do experiment, you are just like an engineer. Engineer, you know, just you play with the skill. You drive a car, it's a skill. You cannot fix the car. You just drive the car. Okay. But scientists, you can fix the car, but maybe you cannot drive the car. Okay? Just like you can explain why it can heal many diseases. Okay. But you cannot. You may not make such kind of fruit. God make it. You can just try to study and understand the meaning. Okay. So when I look at this one, wow, this is 4 dimension. 8 different substance with many different target for the different disease. Is like 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D. Okay. Then when I look at the galaxy, wow, we see our galaxy Milky Way from far away. It is just like a plate. It's like a 2 dimension. Okay. So this is the way. Why when we see something from far away, we can understand better than we see in front of our eye. Every day we see our eye, we didn't understand. But when we go out from our laboratory, we go to America, we go to Singapore, we go to Japan, we can see our lab. Wow, their laboratory is very sophisticated. We have to return to build our laboratory using something smarter than what they have. Okay, that's the reason of the local wisdom. Then I have to do this as a 2 dimension. From 4 dimension become 2 dimension. Okay? Just like a plate of a 2 dimension with dimension of the length and dimension of time. Okay, time and space. Okay, but 1 dimension time, 1 dimension time, and 1 dimension space. So we only have a 2 dimension, x and t. Okay, just like we see our galaxy from far away from James Webb Space Telescope, we can see it's just like a plate. Okay, not just like a 3-dimension galaxy. Okay. Okay, so this I generate this equation. It's a matrix related to the behavior of this all compound with all of their mass, different mass, their different, you know, like a spring has a different constant of the mass to interact with another. So we have 8. It stands for different 8 compound. Okay, and this we have a physics. When they move, connect to one another, of course, they have to have a force related to their acceleration. Okay, then okay, very easy. We can just why we use the cos. This equation actually has a three different opportunity to solve. You can solve with the sine equation. It is true. You can solve with the exponential plus exponential equation. It is also true. Why I use the cos? Cos also true. So we have 3 different solutions, which is all are true. Okay. So this is physics. In physics, in mathematically, okay, everything this as long as these 3 equations with the 3 solutions, okay. But in physics, we have to see even deeper. Which equation from these 3, which is very, very close related to the real life, to the real fact, to the real evidence. Okay, so that's the reason I use cos. Why? Because the cosinus equation is not, the amplitude is not starting from 0, but it already has a power. It already has amplitude as 1 or minus 1. Okay, that's the reason I choose the solution in the cosine solution. Okay, and then in physics, when something is interacting with another, so the most probability they can have is the superposition. For example, when I walk alone, I'm just piling. But when I work with Professor Talapesi, we have an interaction. Professor Talapesi is a very good scientist in the electronic device. I don't have such kind of field. I have a very strong background in physics. So when we do collaborate, we have a superposition knowledge when we interact. Ronald can contribute from electronic device system, I can contribute from physics. Then we can make a very, very strong improvement in our research quality. So this is the superposition, okay? Superposition in nature. Okay? So when these all 8 compounds interact one another, influence one another to make the healing system on target with a different compound, different healing system. For example, one for anti-diabetic, one for anti-hypertensive, one for anti-cancer, one for anti-inflammation, one for anti-chemotherapy, medicine, and so forth, working at the same time. The question again, how big? They can heal the different disease at the same time. Okay, okay, we need the physics. Okay, now we calculate superposition. Okay, it is too boring. Okay, we need a computational thing. Okay, I compute. When only single compound, the wave is like this. The cosine wave is like this. When 2 compounds interact, their amplitude improve about maybe 1.5 to 2 times. When 4 compounds interact, they move to the center, amplitude become stronger 4 times. Okay, 6 become larger. 8 are 10 times larger than when they are single. So that's the power of the multidisciplinary research thing. If we are physicists, we collaborate with the chemistry, with the biology, with the agriculture, with the fishery, then we will be, we can improve our power, our amplitude. This according to the philosophy of God, according to the reality in nature. Okay. Okay, next, what kind of structure? We have many structures. Spherical structure like a dot. We have a nano rod with like a rod with a length and with a thick. Okay, we have a nano wire with a very thin and longer. We have a cube, nano tube. We have a nano needle and so forth and so forth. Many different structures. Okay, so this guy is one of the editor in the American Chemical Society, many A+ quality journal over there. He calculate, okay, how about monomer, how about oligomer, how about liquid drop, how about protofibrate, how about fiber? And then he count the stability, and he found the stability of a fiber is much stable and then the other structure. That's the reason why the human being, a lot of fiber inside the human being, inside the tree, inside the animals. Okay, many strong creation. They have many fiber inside. Even bacteria, human being has 75 bacteria cells than the human cell. Okay. Then they can easily make the dissolved fiber in the human being body. And then we do this carbon nanotube, we grow. This is my idea. I know the physics, I have equipment to measure, but I don't know how to grow it. I have to collaborate with the material scientists. So my friend now, Professor Yan Wu, now become a top 10 Asian scientist. He's now a big professor in Chinese Science and Technology University in Beijing. He was a PhD student at NUS in physics department. My younger, I'm a senior 1 year from him. This is a paper I published about 8 years later. We measure the data, but we don't know how to explain. Because many scientists, more than 10,000 scientists all around the world investigate about this super material, carbon nanotube. Even NASA already make the body of their space robotic airplane to go to Mars using the carbon nanotube, because it is very strong, 1,000 times stronger than the steel and very light, use very small energy to push, to move it. So they thought, wow, this already, the knowledge about the carbon already finished. The properties of magnetic, the optic and so forth, electricity and so forth. But we still have a new knowledge. I published 10 years later after I get explanation, then everybody's surprised. How? Okay, this is the explanation. In Earth Day, 23 April 2015, we went to a small island. No people stay, only animals, birds, and fish around there. Pombo Island, Pulau Pombo, a Dove Island, just about a few kilometers from the Ambon Island. We clean up the island in order to celebrate the Earth Day, and we found this. This is the only fish on Earth which has a three-dimensional bone. Normally, fish has a two dimension. Okay, you see the fish bone only two, but this fish, the bone is surrounding the body, so three-dimensional bone. And what surprised me is the structure. When I look at this structure, this is my student Thomas. He found it. This is the Earth Day cloth donated by the American Embassy to American Corner. I was, the volunteer to teach English in American Corner. So that's why we went there to support the American Embassy. When I look at this structure, wow, this is exactly just like carbon-60 structure, carbon nanotube structure. All the strong carbon nanotube structure is just like the hexagonal structure. But this, it can grow by himself. It can go whatever he likes. So that's why God is not human being. God is much smarter than the scientists. Scientists cannot do this. Scientists can only make the carbon nanotube, which if it is broken, it cannot, fix itself by himself. Okay, but this fish can grow, can produce the generation from 1,000 generation to another 1,000 generation, still survive. So this is very clever brain of God. Then I have idea. Now I can explain my data. 8 years later, when I published this one, everybody were surprised. Wow, this is a new knowledge. We thought this already over. More than 10,000 scientists around the world already study carbon nanotube, and you still have a new knowledge. Okay? So I found there's a difference. There's a difference in the length. Different length has a different physical property. Why? Because I have a physics core of idea. Different size, different physics, different interaction. That's why I asked my friend, you grow different length, but you have to grow vertically. So we can just that it's all grow vertically. Then I can play with the polarization. I can play with a different wavelength. Then we can get exactly the meaning of it. Okay. Then we publish this one in the Journal of Physical Chemistry. See, the best paper in the physical chemistry.
Professor Elin, sorry.
Yes.
You have 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ronald. Okay, now the 10 minutes already go to remark and outlook, the conclusion or the summary of my talk. Thank you very much, the audience, for the patience. I hope you guys can understood my English. When I was overseas, many people thought that I am from Philippines because my English is like a Filipinos. I said, no, I am from Indonesia. I am from eastern part of Indonesia, from Ambon. Moluccas, spicy islands, Moluccas archipelago, many beautiful islands, And one day when we went to NASA Germany in October 2017, there is a very senior engineer in NASA Germany. He already worked for 35 years in NASA Germany. He make the device as small as like this, like a motherboard, but smaller like this, and attach to their satellite and go to Mars and take the picture 1 year of the Mars in recording this device and return to Earth and send the data back. So he said, I found heaven. I said, what? Where did you find heaven? In your area. He told me, I found heaven in Moluccas archipelago. Have you been in Moluccas? Yes, I have been in Ambon Island. I've been in the Sapporo Island. I've been in the Nusa Laut. Even me from Maluku, I didn't go to Nusa Laut. I went to Sapporo a few times, but Nusa Laut, I haven't been there before. He said, just like I walk in heaven. I want to the field. I want to the river. Want to the sea. Just like I went everywhere around the world. I never found the area which is very beautiful like your area. So I found heaven. So I asked him, do you believe in God? He said no. He was atheist. He didn't believe in God, but he did a very good God work. Sometimes God used unbeliever to do his job. Okay. Because they can just focus in their work. They are not focused in the religion work, okay? So this is a learning from the essays from the NASA scientists. Okay, so the conclusion, without modest physical method, there will be no understanding. Okay, why? Because the nature is very complicated. If you cannot study your field very, very deep, you cannot catch the core, the simple thing in the core. You know, the core of the atom is very simple. The first atom is hydrogen. Hydrogen, the core of hydrogen is only one proton. Okay, and outside of this core is only one electron. Very simple. Okay, only one proton and one electron is the first atom created. Okay, so the core of the beginning or something very simple. If you don't cannot use this modest. Modest means a very unique or very simple technique in physics method to catch the core of the science. Okay? You will never get this kind of understanding. And secondly, without size and interaction, no improvement in enhancing knowledge. So that's why you need physics. We need to collaborate our physics with another bidang in other fields, so we can understand very clearly the meaning of physics in human being, in blood, in animals, in trees, in grass, in everything, in the ocean creature, in the space, in the different planets. You know, according to our knowledge, there should be another living creature in different galaxies. It is logic. And lastly, learning multitasking healing system from God-created natural products such as galoba, insulin leaf, and many other things. Maybe from fish, from animals, from durian, from other things. We changed the durian skin, become very, very strong fiber. And when German scientists came here, they asked to ask the durian skin, they even can produce a very high quality gas, methane gas from this kind of durian skin, better than the corn. Okay, so it is our local wisdom, but we don't have knowledge in order to develop other. That's the reason why another scientists come and they get benefit from us, because we are very lazy. Our Molucco scientists too lazy. We have to work hard so we can be a player in our own home. That's the reason why I became the first speaker today. We are already 8 years. We have to be the player, and we are very lucky. We already have a friend from the Cairo University. Thank you for your good friendship, and I believe in the 9 and so forth, we become a very good friend, and one day you also will be the same as us, excellent as Pattimura University. So this is the reason, the difference between multitasking healing system and the world pharmaceutical system, which is one target, one medicine. Thank you very much for your attention. We hope you will give questions, and your question may be very fruitful for another people who are listening here. And this is the Ambon Manise. If you have time, please come to our beauty Ambon city, the city of small beauty among giant universe. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I return to our moderator, Professor Ronald Lopez. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Henry, for the insightful presentation. So now I would like to invite you all to ask questions, give comments or suggestions. Firstly, I'd like to invite 3 people to address questions from Hairun University. Please raise your hand, tell us your name and your institution, and say your questions clearly and briefly.
If they would like to say in Indonesian language, it's okay. We can translate in English, no problem. Don't worry about language.
Yes, you can ask in Indonesia also. Please say your name and institution and say the question briefly.
Yes.
Yes, from Hairun University, please.
Thank you for giving me invitation. I'm from Jerusalem. I'm from the Cairo University, the Faculty of Teaching and Science Education, physics study programs. I have two questions for Mr. Professor Henry about research and discussion.
Yes.
Could you repeat again the question, please?
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, we are listening. You can tell your questions.
Thank you. The first question is, I believe that the rhythm of the discussion is a good thing for us as humans who live in groups and cannot live alone without other people. And what if there is a problem between a group, but they don't want to discuss whether there is a right solution for the problem between the groups? And the second question is, Indonesia has a lot of natural products. One of which is oil, and as we can see, Indonesia is the health oil products country, but the literature is a lot of talk about oil rising and making people angry. What do you think about this problem, and is there a good solution? Thank you. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay.
Professor Ronald, have you written down her questions?
So I just
because it is not too clear. I didn't listen too clear.
Yes, I am also. I didn't listen clear. So it's possible to write down through a chat, and we can read.
You can write in Indonesian language also, no problem. Because I didn't listen very careful. I didn't catch the key of your questions because the noise disturb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe you can chat the questions through chat. Okay, Professor Helen, we are still waiting for the questions from Hairun University. So I hope the presenter will be send the questions again, please.
Kalau nomor duduk di depan ya, supaya ada yang bertanya tuh. Anjay.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you repeat again the questions, please?
Oh, okay. I can repeat again my question.
Please tell your name.
My name is Shirandari. I'm from Cairo University, the Faculty of Teaching and Science Education, Physics Study Program.
Okay, thanks, Wulandari. Please say your questions, please.
I have two questions for Professor Henry. The first question is, I believe that the result of the discussion is a good thing for us, as families who live in groups and cannot live alone without other people. And what if there is a problem between groups, but they don't want to discuss whether there is a right solution for the problem between the groups? Okay, are you get this question?
Yeah. I repeat again. The question is the problem in the rules. Do you mean like that? So, and solution?
Yeah, yes, the solution.
Yeah, solution for the like rules, right?
Yes. The second question is, Indonesia has a lot of natural products. One of it is oil. And as we can see, Indonesia is the highest oil products country, but lately there is a lot of talk about oil rising and making people hungry. My question is, what do you think about this problem? And is there a good solution? Can you comment it?
Okay, I try to repeat your questions that Indonesia has the many natural resources about oil, but the oil is not used for the people in maximal for the produce, right?
I thought about oil rising.
Pardon?
Oil
You mean about oil from Pertamina?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I understood on a sense, yeah.
Oh, hi.
Oh yes, yeah. Thank you.
So can I answer the question or we will wait later on?
Sure. Sure, Mr.
Because the former questions, I didn't catch her questions. So, but the second question from the second audience, the questions are very clearly. So I may explain the second one first, and while waiting for the first one, maybe she can type, or maybe she can speak very slowly like this, so we can catch the meaning easily.
Yes, for the second questions, please.
Okay. I'm sorry for the first one. That I didn't catch your questions very carefully due to some noise in this internet. But the second one, because she spoke very slowly, so I can get the meaning of the questions. The first questions about what is the right solution for the right rules. Okay. Okay, this is a very excellent question. It is just like the right persons to the right position. Okay. If you want to lead a research center, you must be a pure scientist. If you're the administrator, you don't know how to lead this all science. Okay? You don't know how to build a laboratory. You don't know the rules to develop science. Okay, you don't know about maybe the administration job. I'm not very sure about it. I'm not an administrator, but I had experience to build my laboratory from nothing. Even there is no chair, there is no table in my lab. Until now, a lot of things in my lab. Okay, even I can do whatever my creativity as a pure scientist, and my students also enjoy what I did. Okay, so this is the first question about the right solution for the right rules. And this question also, I had experience to apply, to implement this kind of question when I was a witness in a court. One day, there is a fighting between agraria and the trader about a land, a big land in the Ambon city. The agraria claim, this is their land. And then this trader or businessman said, I already bought about 5,000 meters square of this land with the correct rule. Your land is only part of that one. And then I, as a expert witness, was called by the court to judge according to the right rule, according to the conservation laws, according to the eternal law. For example, I already told you in the beginning, the right thing or the eternal law or the conservation law, hukum-hukum yang kekal, it is the same. Even in the Adam time, 2,000 years ago, in the Elim time, it is exactly the same. For example, when you calculate the area of a square, okay, you can measure and then you can apply the exact rule, okay? If the shape is like spherical, you can also measure and you can calculate exactly based on the same rule, which is already understood 7,000 years ago in different place in Taman Eden Garden and also in Ambon City is exactly the same. So when I witnessed in the court, of course, those who are correct, they win the battle because it is the conservation law never changed. Just like in Christian, Jesus Christ never changed. Just like in the scientific method, never changed. I can only use C-scan technique, optical imaging technique, and palm probe technique to measure everything related to the optics of a material, even new material, even unknown material. We can just use the very simple method, okay, to study it. Okay, so this is the rules, the right things or the right man in the right place. If the judge asks the professor of law, he didn't understand about how to measure, how to judge the land, it is correct size or not. He don't know how to do that. But as a physicist and mathematical physicist, we can calculate exactly. Even the shape of the land is very in order. We can calculate very precise based on the right rules. So this is the answer of the first question. And the second question about why Indonesia has many natural products such as oil and gas. Especially in Maluku, we have Blok Masela. One day there is an expo in Ambon City. I went to this Blok Masela stand. I asked them, how many gas and oils we have actually in Blok Masela? Then according to this expert, he said, in the whole Indonesia, the amount of oil and gas in Blok Masela is about 20%. Okay, 20% from the whole Indonesia, oil and gas exists in Blok Masela. That's the reason why the Japan oil company, okay, they pay to employ to take the oil and gas over there. Japan has no oil and gas, but they have technology to take it up and they can make a business. Okay, including the Pattimura University building of the integrated laboratory, the 4-story building just finished, about 60 over millions rupiah, was donated by this Japan oil and gas company. Okay, so this is opportunity. When we work with, we collaborate with a good partner, trusted partner, then our generation is not poor. It's not just like an observer or commentator, but they involved to do the work related to the oil and gas company over there. That's why at Pattimura University, the President Jokowi donated a lot of money to open the faculty of geology, including geological engineering, geophysics engineering, chemical engineering, maybe oil engineering also over there. Okay, many staff from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences were used to open such kind of new faculties. Okay, so this is the answer of your questions. And also, when I had a meeting with the assistant of the energy alumni of ITB in 2016 in Ambon in the Panorama restaurant, we suggest to them, you don't need to open in the offshore. You have to open in the sea. Not good. You have to open the oil and gas. You have to flow it to the land over there, and then the people over there can get the benefits. They can live much better with the wealthy standard, not with the poor standards. Okay, that's the reason why Indonesian government opened such kind of oil in the land, the processing, not in the sea. If in the sea, okay, they can take as much as they can, and in the land people, they never benefit. They just get angry every day. Indonesia government already identified these all things. Okay, many bad men in Indonesia already realized their mistake, and also the government is very strict. If you play bad things, the government will catch you and bring you to jail. Okay, so don't worry about. You have to trust your government, because the government is also the servant of God. Okay, and during the President Jokowi time, you see many bad leaders already in the jail. So that means the right thing is coming soon. Okay, okay, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Elim. So, is there any questions, please?
Thank you to Mr. Professor Henry and the moderator answered and give me attention. I think I don't have to. Question more. And I think I understand your answer and your opinion. Thank you very much. That's all. That's all, Mr. Professor and moderator. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you so much. So, is there any question in Indonesia? Is it okay? So you can ask in Indonesia. I will be translated in English. So it's okay. Is there any question? Professor Elim, still waiting for the next question. So you have the amazing presentation today. So I heard 20 components. So is it possible it found is more than 20 components in Galoba?
Yes, very good questions. Ona Sensei, you know, Sensei in Japan means professor. We call our professor in Japan is Sensei. So because Professor Ronald, he get his PhD from Kumamoto University, one of the 30 best innovative university in the whole Asia. He get PhD over there, so he's very brilliant. Your questions, is it possible that we have more than 20 compounds in Galoba? Yes. For example, in Galoba Halia, we have about 41 compounds. Okay, different species or different genus of this kind of a singibraceae fruits plant. They have a different compounds inside it, and different taste, different structure, and also the different functionality, different target to get to heal the problem, the diseases in the human body, or just to maintain the human body. You know, Actually, nature is very complicated. According to ordinary people, according to the people who has just a simple education, everything is very complex in nature. But as you study more and more, deeper and deeper, then you can find a dot that only consists of 2 to 3 physical parameters. So when you found, this is Galoba halia, about 41 compounds, Galoba jantung, about 21 compounds, you have to think and think deeper, which one is more dominated in the process of healing or multitasking healing system. Then you can get rid the small amount part. But it doesn't mean that the small part is not useful. They're all useful. But, you know, just like we observe football, okay? Many people see only 11 players, okay? But millions of people have the idea why this player is not important, why this player is good, and so forth. But these all people, it doesn't mean that the comment is correct. Okay, we have to check. We have to check the player. What do you feel? Okay. What do you feel about your player in the during the game, during the game? Okay, then you can identify the commentator who's so outside of the system and who feel inside the system. Then we can see that the only certain important parameter, which is not more than 3, which
Waktu
is
Ibu dulu,
only
Ketua.
significantly
Pas terakhir-terakhir
contributed to the system. Okay. So that's the idea of this all nature. Very simple. So that's why I can make from 8 become only 2. From 21 compounds become only 8 compounds, and then become 2 dimension and only become 2 physical system among these all 8 dominated compounds. And I can calculate exactly from these all things, only about 24% from the whole mass contributed to the multitasking healing system. And when I did measurement and calculation for the 2 only compound, like in down insulin or insulin leaf, I can find also exactly. I can find about 24%. So that's the reason why you are safely consume the herbal medicine, because only 20% from the whole key player or the whole key compounds there or dominated compounds there contributed to the healing multitasking system. Only 24%. It is very different from the pharmaceutical system, which is 100%. So when the target was wrong, other cell will be damaged or other organ will be damaged. But for the herbal medicine, like, you know, Jamu, the vendor, they never study physics, never study pharmacy, but every day just sell Jamu, okay, local wisdom, and people get healed. It's okay, right? So this is a local wisdom. And I can calculate exactly, it's only 24%. That's why it is not too harmful in our body. Only 24% from the whole compound system contributed to the multitasking healing system. So there will be no damage or side effects if you consume the herbal medicine. The only thing, the herbal medicine problem, if it is already, there is a fungus or bacteria, then the problem. As long as there is no fungus and bacteria, it's okay. You're safe to consume it, because only 24%. I already published 2 papers with my student. One with my student about insulin leaf, another one about the Galoba.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Elim, for the detailed explanation for the local wisdom for healing system based on the local wisdom. So I want to ask the participant, is there any questions? So from Hiron University or Pattimura University, or all of the participants, please.
Don't worry, nggak usah khawatir. Anda bertanya juga berkontribusi buat banyak orang. Any questions is useful for others.
Yes. So, okay, Prof. Elim, we are still waiting for the questions from participants. So I have the one questions also.
Yes. I didn't listen. Your microphone
Okay.
is off here.
Sorry. So actually, I heard the process, the insulin leaf. So could you explain how to process insulin leaf become healthy, simple, natural drink, please?
Could you please say again your questions? I'm sorry, I didn't hear carefully.
I mean, could you explain how to process insulin leaf to become healthy, simple drink, natural?
Okay, very interesting. You know, we learn from tukang jamu, ibu jual jamu. He only sell the herbal things only every day, not more than one day. The other day, just throw away. Okay? I already study this insulin leaf for many months. Even I try to keep it in refrigerator, and I observe and investigate what is the difference after keeping it in refrigerator, and there is a difference. So this is the weakness of the fresh herbal medicine. When you keep it in a certain physical environment, for example, in the certain temperature or in the certain humidity, the compounds, the organic compounds over there, they will change their behavior. For example, we can detect their pH is different after a month later, few months later. Secondly, their absorptions and their transmittance in different wavelengths also change. Okay, this is the weakness of the organic compound. It is still very excellent if they are fresh, but when you keep the compound in the water or in the liquid things, it will be not uniform or not stable anymore. It is very different when you try to fabricate it in the dry compound. For example, you see like Chinese medicine, they make all the medicine become dry, so they can keep it even 100 years. It's still no fungus, no bacteria, and it still has a very powerful ability. The indigenous compounds, organic compound over there, to cure the disease problem. So that's my opinion. If you would like to know, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Elim. So we are still waiting for another questions, please.
Maybe the first woman who asked the question, could you repeat again your questions very slowly? Maybe I will try to answer it, because I feel guilty if I didn't answer the questions, not just because we didn't listen carefully.
Yes.
Can you repeat again?
Question,
Maybe
so,
you can allow her to repeat again.
Yes, we have the 5 minutes left. So for the first one question, please.
I believe her questions will be very excellent, because I saw her spirit is very good. Could you repeat your questions? Maybe just
or you can chat the questions, or in Indonesia, is it okay? It is okay. Is there any questions, please? So Professor Elim actually, I'm afraid we never running out the time, so we cannot take more questions. So I hope for the first question is still catch our text from chat. So the last call for the first question, please. Okay, if we don't have any questions, so actually, Professor Elim, however, kindly welcome for the further questions. You can contact directly Professor Elim for more deeply discussion. So after this presentation, so in Professor Elim presentation slide, you can see the email of the Professor Elim. So you can contact the Professor Elim through email. So actually, finally, three things we can conclude in this presentation. Firstly, from basic science, we can develop the sophisticated technology. Secondly, we have a local wisdom, such as galoba and also minyak kayu putih or eucalyptus, used for multitasking healing system. And thirdly is learn does not look at time and age. I just record the Professor Elim said that before in the presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the session. Thank you for your active participation. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Professor Talapesi. Thank you very much,
You're
the
welcome,
audience.
Professor Elim.
God bless.
God bless. Master Ceremony, would please take the floor.
Can I move out, Professor Onal?
Sure, Professor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, for all of the presentation, so we have a certificate from committee, so we will spread for you all. So actually this is the certificate for Professor Henry. So thank you very much for your kind presentation, and for the audience, thank you for your active presentation. Master of Ceremony would please take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ronald Talapesi, Ph.D., for moderating the first session of the parallel class for the plenary class. And we have maybe 5 minutes before we continue to the next plenary session. So please take your time and prepare to continue the next plenary session. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the next plenary session. But before I would like to inform you that Professor Haris Kumar Madiasta is unable to attend due to the sudden institutional business. So we move forward to the third keynote speakers. And I would like to invite our next moderator, Dr. Harmanus Batkunde. And Dr. Harmanus will moderating the plenary session with our Excellencies keynote speakers, Professor Wutipo Sintunawarat from Thammasat University, Thailand. So, Mr. Harmanus, this time is yours. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello, Professor Wutipo Sintunawarat.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, so in this session, I will be the moderator for the next speaker. My name is Harmanus Batkunde, and I really thankful because Mr. Professor Sintunawarat can be here with us in this room to begin his talks. Well, actually, I met him before in Brussels around 2019 in an international conference, and I really grateful because he can accept our invitation to be a keynote speaker in this conference. So how are you, Mr. Wutipo Sintunawarat?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm very happy to meet you again.
Thank you so much.
3 years ago, that's right.
Yes, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So here will be the next keynote speaker. But before we start the talks, I would like to read a brief CV of yours. So please, the operator, can you show the slide? Okay. So Professor Wutipo Sintunawarat received the Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics at Thammasat University, Thailand, the Master of Science degree in Mathematics at Thammasat University, Thailand, and the Doctor of Philosophy degree in Applied Mathematics at King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand, under the Research Professional Development Project under the Science Achievement Scholarship of Thailand. He is now a lecturer at Thammasat University, Thailand, and he is also an active researcher, coupled with fast teaching experience in Thailand. He has been an invited researcher at Kyungnam University in South Korea, Gyeongsang National University in South Korea, and etc. His research interests focus on fixed point theory and its application in nonlinear functional analysis. In 2014, he got the Distinction Award for graduation and PhD level with the highest score from Professor Tap Nianidi Foundation in Thailand and the Excellent Thesis 2014 Award for the National Research Council of Thailand. The same year, he got the Outstanding Researcher 2014 Award for the Research Department of Thammasat University in Thailand. He also has been awarded by Thailand Research Fund Excellent Award for Poster Presentation at the 5th TRFOHEC Annual Congress 2016. Recently, he got an award, namely the World's Most Influential Scientific Minds 2015 from Thomson Reuters on August 25, 2016. He has published more than 186 research articles in reputed international mathematics journals. So today, we are very grateful. He will give some talks in this session under the title various techniques obtained from fixed point results for solving linear and nonlinear problems. Professor Sintu Nawarat, you will have 30 minutes to give your talks. So without further ado, the floor is yours. Please, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm not sure I have the time about now 22 minutes. That right?
Yes, sir. You have actually you still have 30 minutes to give presentation.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
because the end of my talk is in Thailand time 10:50. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Okay, so it remain only 22 minutes. Okay, done. Okay. Just moment. I try to share my screen.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I try to share. Just moment. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen. Your screen is there. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is it okay? You see the full screen, that right?
Yes, it is in full screen mode now. You can continue, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, because I have the time on to 21 minutes. Okay. So if you have the question or something in the deep detail, please let me know later, because I think the time is limited. Okay, so I will give only some brief background and some short the short detail of my research. Okay, now the title of my talk is various techniques obtained from fixed point result for solving a linear and nonlinear problem. So at the first, I will recall some background on fixed point theory. What is the fixed point? Okay, this is the question before talking about the fixed point theory. Okay, I will start from the easy equation. I think everyone know about the solution of this problem. And actually, there are many methods for finding the solution of the equation, like substitution, factorization, use the formula for the quadratic polynomial equation. But when you move to the complicated equation, how to solve this, like x squared equal to cosine x. What about the solution for solving this? And actually, there are many methods in optimization for solving this, and also in numerical method, like the bisection method, the Newton method. And now, it actually the fixed point method can solve this equation. So in fact, the fixed point method is one of mathematical tools for solving the mathematical problem. I will give the detail of fixed point method later. Okay. Same situation when you move to another problem like the ordinary differential equation, you must find a suitable tool for solving this. It depends on the type of the equation. Okay. So same situation. Actually, fixed point is the mathematical tool for solving the problem. So what is the fixed point? This is the definition of fixed point. When you have the mapping, a point in the domain satisfying this condition is called fixed point. When you have the mapping, you can use several methods for finding the fixed point. This is one method called a graphical method. in the left hand side, you can see that in the blue line is the graph of T1. And if you draw the graph of identity, the intersection point, the point X at the intersection point is a fixed point. Like in the left hand side, you can see that T1 has a unique fixed point. And also in the right hand side, T2 has many fixed points. In general, sometimes the mapping has only one fixed point. Sometimes the mapping has many fixed points. Sometimes the mapping has no fixed point. So the first job, the first part in fixed point theory is the existent part. The existent part, we try to find the suitable condition on the mapping, on the space for guaranteeing the mapping had a fixed point. This is the first part in fixed point theory. Okay, now I will move to the process for applying fixed point theory to mathematical problem. I will start from the easy equation like this. Okay, if you start from the left hand side, you can factorize this, and then the solution of this is 4 and minus 5 over 4. Okay, but how to apply the fixed point process? Okay, because from the same equation, I can rewrite it again in this. And if you write it in this form, and then you can define T1 in the left hand side. If you define T1 in the left hand side, it becomes to this. And then if you can find the point X satisfying this equation, it means that T1 had a fixed point. So if you have this equation, you try to find it into fixed point problem. And if you can use the fixed point theorem for guaranteeing that T1 had a fixed point, you can solve this equation. It's equivalent to the original equation. This is the process for applying fixed point theorem, but it actually in the same problem, you can rewrite it again in the red color. This is this become to fixed point problem again, but in this fixed point problem, it depends on the mapping T2 divided by like this. Same situation, you can find a suitable theorem for fitting the mapping T2. So when you want to apply a fixed point theory, the first step you must transform it to the fixed point equation, and then you try to find a suitable fixed point theorem for guaranteeing that the focuses mapping had a fixed point. Okay, this is the process for applying fixed point theory. Okay, I will show you another complicated problem later. Okay, next is the second part of fixed point theory. In the first part, it's called the existent part. But when you know the mapping had a fixed point, what about the next step? You must find the good algorithm, the good iteration for approximating fixed point. One of the mode iteration in fixed point theory called Picard iteration, defined by like this. Why this iteration is very popular? Because the defining of this iteration is very simple. So it's easy to use and it's easy to apply in another problem, but sometimes this iteration does not convert to the fixed point. Like this example, if you choose the starting point in the different point, you can see that in the first column and in the second column, the Picard iteration convert to fixed point, but in the third and in the fourth column, it does not convert to the fixed point. So this is the second part in fixed point theory. We try to find the good algorithm. For sometime we want to find the suitable specific condition on the iteration for guaranteeing that this iteration convert to fixed point. Okay. Nowadays you can find the fixed point theory from many book. For me, fixed point theory is only mathematical tool for solving mathematical problem. In fact, when you have mathematical problem, you have many tools in many branch of mathematics for solving the problem. So fixed point theory is only one tool for solving mathematical problem. Okay. Okay, now we have two parts. The first part is existence part, and the second is the convergent part. Okay, but some researchers use fixed point theorem for applying in the real world situation. Today I will show you in some application of fixed point theorem via my paper. Okay. Okay, nowadays, fixed point theory can be divided into three groups. The first group is called topological fixed point theory, and next one is metric fixed point theory, and the last one is discrete fixed point theory. In each group, there is the big and the famous fixed point theorem. For example, in topological fixed point theory, we have Brouwer fixed point theorem. And in metric fixed point theory, we have Banach fixed point theorem, sometimes called Banach contraction principle. And in the discrete fixed point theory, we have a Tarski fixed point theorem. Okay, next I will show you about the statement of the theorem. In actually, Brouwer fixed point theorem has many versions, depend on the state of the mapping. The right-hand side is some example of a Brouwer fixed point theorem. The first one is the fixed point theorem on the plane. It states that every continuous function from across this to itself had a fixed point. The next is the Brouwer fixed point theorem on the Euclidean space. It actually, you can extend from a Euclidean space to the generalizations like the Banach space and topological space. Okay. In fact, the proof of Brouwer fixed point theorem in some version very complicated, but in 2015, two professors from Thailand, Professor Sompong Thamapongsa and Professor Chamnien Nantadilo, gave the simple proof of Brouwer fixed point theorem. If you are interested, you can find from this paper. Okay, this is the statement of Brouwer fixed point theorem. Okay, next I move to Tarski's fixed point theorem, and I will come back to Banach fixed point theorem again. Okay, the right hand side is the statement of Tarski fixed point theorem. It depends on only two things. The first thing on the property of the domain of the mapping. The domain in this theorem is a complete lattice. And what about the another thing on this theorem? You must know that the mapping is increasing under two conditions. You can conclude that the mapping had a fixed point. You can see that the theorem, this theorem is beautiful because it requires only two conditions on space and the mapping, but you can know that the mapping had a fixed point. The simple statement can be applied to many the real world situation. For example, in 2015, This paper applied Cherokee fixed point theorem to study about integer programming. You know that the integer programming had an impact with the real world situation. For example, the problem in industry. Okay. Then next, before showing the Banach fixed point theorem, I start from Picard fixed point theorem. This is one of famous fixed point theorem in 1893. Okay, but the fixed point, the Picard fixed point theorem can be used only in the real case because it focuses on the real value function. If this function satisfying two conditions and the rate condition hold, you can conclude that the Picard iteration convert to the fixed point. But sometimes in some problem, you cannot use this theorem for applying. Why? Because it is work on the real line. But in some situation, in the real case, it's not enough for solving the problem. Like in the problem 2.1, if you want to solve the integral equation, you cannot use a Picard fixed point theorem because the solution is the function, is not a real number. Same situation in the problem 2.2. This is the matrix equation. You cannot use Picard fixed point theorem for applying to this problem. So what about the solution of this situation? You must extend the space from the case of real to another generalization. In this year, in 1922, Professor Banach successful for extending the Picard fixed point theorem to this theorem. He extend from the real line to a complete metric space, and the mapping require only one condition, 2.3. It is called contractive condition. Only two things. The first thing on the space and the second thing on the mapping. You can conclude that he had a unique fixed point, and the Picard iteration convert to the fixed point for every initial point in the domain. Okay, this is the statement of Banach contraction mapping. Okay, sometimes called Banach fixed point theorem. Okay, this is the comparison between Picard fixed point theorem and Banach fixed point theorem. By using the mean value theorem in calculus, you can prove that all hypotheses of Professor Picard imply that the mapping T is a Banach contraction mapping, and so you can say that the Picard fixed point theorem is a special case of Banach fixed point theorem. Oh, now you have the good tool for applying in many problems, because you can extend the space from the real line to the metric space, and then you have many choice for solving in several situations depend on the chosen metric space. Okay, next. Okay, now I have 4 minutes, so I will show you only the idea of my paper. Okay, and actually my work is related to Banach contraction mapping. In fact, there are many ways for extending the Banach contraction principle. Depend on the space, the mapping, the contractive conditions. Sometimes we can extend the idea of fixed point to another point. You can change the iteration from Picard iteration to another iteration. Okay, this is the paper 1 of my selected paper. Okay, from Banach fixed point theorem, in 1969, Professor Nadler extended the Banach fixed point theorem from the single value mapping to the multi-value mapping. And then in this year, Professor Misoguchi Takahashi extended it again to this. And then I extend it to this paper. I reduce some condition on the original version. Okay. Okay, because the time is limited, so I will skip the theoretical result. Okay, I will show you in the application. Okay. In this paper, I use fixed point theorem for applying to the behavior of fish in the fish tank. In this paper, I study the environment of the fish tank, and then I try to construct the model from this situation, and then I use Banach fixed point theorem for study the behavior of fish in of the paradise fish in fish tank. Okay, if you are interested, you can search from the paper in the left-hand side. Okay, you will see the process for applying fixed point theorem to this model. Same situation, I use the similar idea of this paper to study another situation. In this paper, I change from the paradise fish to the experiment of the dog in the chatterbox. Same, I use a Banach fixed point theorem for applying in this paper. Okay, this is another paper. In this paper, I start from Banach fixed point theorem and try to improve step by step to another generalization of the contractive condition. Okay. In this paper, I start from the idea in the definition 1.1. In actually, the definition 1.1 is the generalization of the Banach contractive condition. Nowadays, definition 1.1 is one of the popular contractive condition in fixed point theory. It due to Professor Wadowski, but in some situation, this contractive condition depend on the control function mapping F, but in some situation, this control function is not okay because it has many conditions. So I try to weak all of these conditions to this, and then I will use this idea to extend it to the definition 3.t, okay, to the weak condition of this, and then I use it for making the algorithm for finding the solution of some metric equation, and then I can use this algorithm for finding the solution of metric equation. I hope that in the future, if some people are interested in this algorithm, you can use it for applying to the real world situation, because the metric equation is close to some real world application. Okay, this is the numerical example of the approximating solution of this metric equation. Only 4 steps. The algorithm is close to the solution. Okay, this is another my selected research paper. In this paper, I apply the idea of fixed point to the fuzzy idea. Okay, because the limit, the time is limited, so I will show you only the paper. Okay, Now, I finished my talk. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sintu Nawarat, for a very interesting talk today. So we just talk about fixed point and its application on some fields. So for any participant who has any question, you can ask it to Professor Sintu Nawarat directly, or you can type it on the chat box. Please, anyone, do you have any question?
Or if some participant had a question, you can contact me every time.
Okay, sir. Maybe through email or maybe.
Yes, yes. Because today I have a little bit time, so I think that I cannot explain everything and the deep detail in the result. Sorry for everyone. But if you want to know everything in a fixed point theory or in my paper, you can contact me every time. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Professor. Well, I have one question for you, Professor.
Okay.
Well, actually, I read a paper of yours and Ms. Ladawan Sombon. The title is On New Approximations of the Generalized Logarithmic Functional Equation into Banach Spaces. Yeah. One thing I want to ask that, is it possible if we generalize it to the n Banach spaces?
Okay. Yes, possible. Because you mean the paper on the stability of functional equation, that right?
Yes.
Okay, sure. You can extend it in the another space, or you can use the idea in this paper to another space, because the key in stability of functional equation is the tool for measuring the distance of the point. So if you move to another space that you can measure the distance between point, yes, you can. It's possible to make the paper based on this. So you move to n norm, that right?
Yes.
So yes, possible. Yes. Very good idea.
I saw on the paper you used the fixed point method by Verstek and Czaplinski, the fixed point theorem into Banach spaces. So actually, I already wrote a paper about a fixed point theorem in n Banach spaces, but with another approximation to or maybe another point of view, how to find a fixed point theorem in n Banach spaces. Actually, I have some ideas that maybe after this, maybe I can consult with you for this idea. Okay,
I understand. You mean the main fixed point too before going to the main theorem of stability of functional equation, that right? Yes, very good. Because in that paper, I use a fixed point theorem of some professor.
Yes,
but if you to n dimensional, we must find a suitable fixed point theorem for fitting in such space. Yeah, I will share you later.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay.
Well, maybe there's another question from any participant. Please, you can type it on the chat box, or you can type it in Indonesian. I will translate it to Professor Sintu Nawarat. Any questions from participants? From participants in Cairo University, maybe you have any questions, please. So Professor, actually, this event is hosted by two universities. One is Pattimura University in Maluku, and the other university is Cairo University in North Maluku. They actually joining us live from North Maluku. So any other question from any participants, please? Okay, if there is no question, like Professor Sinton Varat said, you can contact him later via email. If you need his contact, I'll share his email. Is it okay, Professor? Okay, you can contact him later if you have any question. So I think this is the end of the session for the third keynote speaker today. I would like to thank again Professor Wetipo Sintunavarat for came here for joining us in this event as a keynote speaker. I hope that this collaboration can last longer. Maybe we can work in another expanded it in other fields or something like that. So we actually have a certificate for a keynote speaker, in this case for Professor Wetipo Sintunavarat. Okay, this is the certificate for Professor Wetipo Sintunavarat from Thammasat University. Again, we thank Professor Wetipo Sintunavarat for a really nice talk today, for sharing ideas and things that we can use for in the future. Again, maybe the last we can give applause for Ms. Professor Wetipo Sintunavarat. Thank you again, Professor.
Thank you for giving the good opportunity for joining in your conference. This is a great honor for me.
I look forward to discuss in other times, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Professor.
Okay.
Okay, we will continue to. Okay, we will continue to next keynote speaker. Okay, we will continue to the next keynote speaker, Mr. Resi Eko Charaka, PhD. Okay, he's here. How are you, Mr. Resi?
Fine. Good afternoon from South Korea.
Good afternoon. Well, we will hear talk from Mr. Resi Eko Charaka, PhD. But before we continue to the talk, I would like to read a brief CV of Mr. Resi Eko Charaka, PhD. Okay. Okay, Resi Eko Charaka, PhD acts as a researcher and practitioner in data science and statistics. He got his bachelor degree from Diponegoro University, his master degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and his doctor degree from Chaoyang University of Technology, South Korea. Well, he has worked on all SDG topics to produce precise modeling, forecasting, data mining, and text mining analysis for policy and decision making. He has authored more than 11 books series recently, including data science, statistics, machine learning, and spatial analysis. He has received many awards, including Best Paper, Best Presenter, Best Research. And in 2021, he received a nomination and award from Data Science Indonesia as the Best Data Science Researcher. At the same time, he serves as editorial member of Sustainability MDPI, Atmosphere MDPI. He served as a reviewer at several top-tier journal Information Science, IEE Access, BMC Medical Research Methodology, etc. And his research interests include, but are not limited to, data science, large-scale optimization, fast computing, disaster risk, environmental science, sustainable development goals. He was co-founder of statistical software StatCall. You can see on statcall.com. So, now we will hear a talk from Mr. Reki Kocharaka, Ph.D. Under the title Cluster Around Latent Variable for Vulnerability Towards Natural Hazard, Non-Natural Hazards, Social Hazards in West Papua. So Mr. Reki, you have 30 minutes. And without further ado, please welcome Mr. Reki Kocharaka, Ph.D. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hamanus. Thank you for having me all the way from South Korea. But before I start, I would like to invite Bapak Ibu to turn on the camera. I mean that I want to see your guys' smile. Okay, I'll start my slide. As always, I will start by pantun. So, setelah saya ngomong pantun, tolong bilang cakep ya. Meneliti sampai ke mancanegara, tetap semangat untuk dijalani.
Cakep.
Selamat datang di konferensi Universitas Khairun dan Pattimura. Banyak ilmu yang dipelajari hari ini. Okay. Again, good afternoon. Today's discussions, I will share part of my research into about the cluster around latent variable for vulnerability toward natural hazard, non-natural hazard, and social hazard. And here my profile. So in short, I serve as research assistant professors in National University, and also have to out from SNU and choose to stay in Indonesia. That's why I joined in the BRIN, which is National Research Innovation Agency in Indonesia, with our research group machine learning. But at the same time, I serve as lecturers in many universities, including University of Indonesia, Universitas Padjadjaran, and also ITS Surabaya. But at the same time, now I'm back again to South Korea and do research in Ulsan National Institute of Science Technology, maybe until in next 6 years. So I do the collaboration within the Indonesian government and also South Korean government. And here, what I do, I run the research about the SDGs, about sustainable development goals, including how it affect the economy, our economy. So how it relationship within climate, and also how the image processing research. Maybe if you guys interested to do the research in image processing, we can do the collaborations. So this is my last research in SNU about how I can get the analysis of the ABXD radiations from the nuclear medicine. And also I do the remote sensing research and performing the deep learning to the skin tech cancer. That is my research. In short, I also do the research in the text mining. So it's quite interesting how the netizen Indonesia will be attractive if there's some phenomena. So we can check the news is hoax or true. So for example, some of the interesting news that Maudy Ayunda gets married with the Korean. So we can check the emotions of the Twitter. Maybe we can check our netizen is happy or maybe they anger. Yeah, this is quite interesting how we can get analysis, the netizen perspective to the news. And the last time that I also want to push my dream as the Pokemon training. Yeah, this is my childhood dreamer. So during my research at data scientist, I tried to make some happy visualizations like this. For example, I tried to make visualizations for Pokemon, Digimon, Power Rangers. Yeah, they're quite interesting. And because my background in data science, I also try to push you more detail about the deep learning. And then I try to compare these models can recognize or not within my face compared to Mas Ahaye or Shashadik. But if the accuracy not close to the 100%, of course, my model is wrong. Yeah, because of course, they're more handsome than me. So we move to the discussion. From these discussions, you can download my material by following my Instagram. So this is my username, Rizi Korika. And then you can download the R code, Python code, and also the PPT from this slide. Yeah, we start more seriously about how disasters happens in Indonesia, how it happens in world. Yeah, of course, Indonesia is undoubtedly one of the countries with high potential of disaster. So if you're talking about disaster, it can be caused by the natural hazard, or social hazard. Of course, if we're talking about the geographical site, yeah, Indonesia is placed between the junctions of the three larger tectonic plates, which including Indo-Australia plate, Eurasian plate, and also Pacific plate. Yeah, it makes that the probability that we can get damage of natural hazard is higher. Yeah, this is the cause of the natural hazard. Yeah, we have the earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic. And also, how if the hazard is happening to us? Of course, we have to suffer. Of course, the economy will be losses. That's why the government have to working together with the pentahighlights contribution within you as the academics, as researcher, and also we need the private sector to support the fundings probably, and also we have to support with the NGO, non-government organizations to support because they more attractive to do with the peoples, to national peoples, and also we have to collaborate with the media. So media should be working positively, not to spread the hoax news. Only that, of course, not. Yeah, that's why the disasters happened by last 2 years. Yeah, we experiencing of COVID-19. So some researchers performing the research how the COVID-19 can be affected to our lives. So many studies claims that more than 22% of young people feel more vulnerable to sexual harassment during the COVID-19. Yeah, it'd be surprised. And you guys can see that mostly 58% of young people and couldn't attend the school due to COVID-19, due to the pandemic. So that's why they not receive comprehensive sexual education. Yeah, it could be dilemma. And also many happens that during the COVID-19, for example, the economic losses, but in the positive ways, our climate is improved. Yeah, from the pollutions improve. Yeah, this is quite surprising during the COVID-19. And the most they have two concerns about the social protest, about social hazard. Why? Because Indonesia quite multidisciplinary. So we have the many people with different teaching style. We have many cultures with different cultures, yeah, different race. Of course, that's why Indonesia many protests happens, many social hazard. So social hazard will be called as complex emergencies with the serious limit of populations, excess of hot surface, water, food, and transportations of all watch determinants of the health. Yeah, that's why we have to maintain the hoax news in our country. Don't spread hate. Yeah, that's why we have to control that our country is safe to live. Here, why we have to concerns about the SDGs. Yeah, SDGs will cover from the point 1 until point 17. Point 1 we cover about the no-poverty. Of course, it's related to the economic. We have to working together how we can solve the zero hunger until how we can participate within the partnership. Yeah, that's why if you're talking about vulnerability, about the SDGs, the keyword is a resilience, adaptive, and also absorptive. So behind this, we have to make sure that vulnerable context can be measured by using the economic data, political data, social data, and other outcome data, including the hazard. How? So after we do that research, we can make some the policy, good policy. So we have to make the proper assessment to maintain our sustainability. So get the goals of the SDGs area. How data scientists can be maximize the benefit? Of course, if you're talking about the research during 90, many professors do the research about how they can make the models to justify hypothesis. So it's differently with the early 20. Early 20, many professors do the more research in machine learning. Machine learning can get us to high accuracy, but can be disadvantage for the explain the information of the data. That's why during 2015, there are many data science models more opportunistic. So we start from the data is the king, because the data is everywhere, data is everything. That's why many researchers, they do the extend the research to make the hybrid models to performing to get the high accuracy. Yeah, that's why we can get the many information from the data from everywhere. That's why the research see from the research target search to discovery. So many researchers, many lecturers more opportunistic that we can maximize our data. Here, if we're talking about Papua, of course, Papua's be part of the East Indonesia. That happens many things, including the natural hazard, and also social hazard. That's why from the research, we focus how the Papua can be maximize their potential to solving their issues. So this quiet dilemma research. How we can measurement? So we try to do the research by using the government data, by using the national socio-economic survey for Indonesia. So we analyze within in the Papua, only for Papua specifically, by including 11 variables, including how they can access the ICT, so information, technology and communications, how they can access the food access, housing status, natural disaster, social protection statement, how they can access the financial, because financial is important first, and how much the number, how the number even of floods during 5 years, and also how many earthquake disaster, how many COVID-19 persons, how many number of incident of the protest. So these variables can get into the different type of the vulnerability. If you're talking about natural hazard, and social hazard. So that's why if you're talking about the data government research, so we have to measure that it can be measured by 5 things, including how ownership of the data. So the data should be open, so everybody can accessibility, and how they can maintain the security. Security means that the data not change by time. So that's why they have to measure that the data published is the high quality. How they in the things that the data is not quality, of course the knowledge will be not useful. So careful about the data quality. Here only the cheat sheet in my paper. So if you want to do more research about the clustering, here I already separate the diagram. For example, in the left side we have the hierarchy cluster. To the upside we have the non-hierarchy, and maybe you can explore more detail in the right side. So in the right side we have the height dimension, machine learning, and also fast inputting. So I'll extend many 2 types of the clustering, including the GLVM from the lat name variable, and also cluster routing variable, cluster.lv. So maybe later, if you want to do more research in clustering, you can do by these 2 optimizations to these 2 data scientist clustering. So it can be more give you novelty to the research. So here the result that we want to make the index, it measuring by SOVI, so self-vulnerability index. It means that how this social vulnerability index can get to the comparison and combination within all the variable. So here we have the COVID-19 that, we have flood cases, we have earthquake cases, we have protest cases until the earthquake with the different years. For example, here, the correlation within the COVID-19 to the SOVI, it's almost 95%. It means that the COVID-19 during 2 years also affected significantly in Papua. So it had to be dilemma. But here, we have to recognize that the number of protests in Papua is really high. So here they have 78%. So that's why government have to maintain the security in Papua. because many people in Papua do the protest in every year. So that's quite dilemma. But what government can do is that here they have to recognize that Papua have potential. If you're talking about the generation, I mean that the millennial generations within 10 until 35 years can be beneficial to the government. So they have to build the local leadership training for the Papua millennials. Here, the parents parcel of the food access, you can see that not different significant from the lower side to the higher side. Yeah, quite big dilemma, the food access in Papua. And also here, we have access in housing. You can see that it can be not differently significant within the main city in Papua and also another sub-district in Papua. Okay, quite big dilemma as well. And the last time, of course, the access financial. So the access financial in Papua also differently significant. So government should do more detail about how can maximize the access financial in West Papua. And what is the latent clustering? Latent clustering means that from this information contains natural hazard, and also social hazard. So that's why if you want to do more specific analysis, yeah, you have to specific in what object. For example, you have to concern for first object from natural, second object of non-natural, and third object of social hazard. But if you want to make sure that three informations can be measured by one variable, yeah, you can take a look by using latent clustering. Here, if you're using latent clustering, of course, they'll be totally different within the Kota Sorong and another regencies in Papua. So that's why maybe if you want to put into three variables to the one information, yeah, we have to separate if you want to make the different policy based on the location. For example, here we have to make our own policy in Sorong and another policy within Mai Barat and another Papua. So, for example, if the government want to more specifically talking about the social hazard, they have to concern in Papua and also Manakwari and also Kota Sorong. Why? Because many protests, many social hazard happens in this area. So that's why maybe government should think carefully how they can maximize the potential in West Papua. Here, if we want to know more detail about SDGs, it quite be dilemma because from the aspect of 17 aspect here, we stagnant with the 14th point with the life below water. It's quite the dilemma because we can maximize the potential maritime in Indonesia. That's why maybe we can more detail the research, including this point 14, life below water, and also point life on land, and also point of the peace, justice, and strong institution. Yeah, Indonesia quite not good to more the detailed research in this area. That's why I invite you to do more research about this. Because many big universities in Indonesia, they just focus to develop non-poverty and also zero hunger. So our problems not only that, but our problems is many. That's why we have to have a look. We have to consider another issue. We have to working together to solving many problems in our country. So what next issue? The next issue, of course, we have to do the more pentahelix collaborations. How we can maximize the economy, how we can maximize the built infrastructure, including the natural environment, government, also the people, communities. Of course, here, for example, that I give some policy from the area 4. Area 4 means that data collections and how the feasibility studies on the green city planning or sustainable urban development. So this related specific to the focus group 11. Group 11 means that sustainability cities and also communities. Here, why we have to measure that? Because, as I said before, many cities unique in Indonesia. So we have to make the different policy in every area. So that's why it deals with the same or the similar problems in our country. So we learn from Korea. So today we experienced the typhoon. So the typhoon Hinamor, the acts are experienced by yesterday and today. So we learn from the Korea. If they happen something, they will spread the message like this. So you should carefully. I mean that they asking us to stay at home, yeah, during this typhoon. So I mean that maybe the BMKG or the another parties in Indonesia should do like this. So it will be helpful to the people to maintain the condition. So in this example, what happens today in the Ulsan? Yeah, we experiencing typhoon by yesterday and today. And then we move how we can maximize the potential here. Of course, there are lack of coordination that government should be measured, lack of funds, political issue. Yeah, we have a lot of political issue, lack of data transparency, lack of proper planning, technology, of course. Yeah, these are our challenge. That's why the government should do more detail of this research to collaborate within the private industry, also NGO. So we have to cover our challenge. And also here, how the policy. So the policy should be working by pentahelix. So this should be working by the lecture, how the lecture can be maximized the data analytics, and also how data collections based can be conducted by academic organization. That's why the BRINS exists. Yeah, we have to maintain the data collections, the research, and also how if the lecture of the researchers can multiple sources to the multi-stakeholder. So we have to working together. And the best important things that we have to the big data analytics to do the implementation strategy and do more research on the public policy based. So there's the policy or practice that we can do in our research. And the last point about the opportunity. Of course, our opportunity that we can solving our SDGs is that the data. The data can be collected with help technology and be support by AI. So AI also are important and how we can enhance the data collections through the smart city and until the thinking style. So we have to make sure the convergence, the divergence, how we can measure the creation and until how we can substitute or how we can supplementary our research. So this is the conclusions that the big data strategy, if you're talking about the vulnerabilities, if you're talking about the research based on the policy, research based on the government, yeah, we have 4 steps. First one that we have to measure the data. So that's why we have to define our objective. So our objective can be including by academia here. We have the public sector, how the business sector, how the NGO, how the organization, and how the partner from the community. So we have to make sure and define our objective. Second point about the data sources. Data sources, of course, we have to give more insight. Because if there are no insight, your research not be useful to do by other parties. That's why you have to make sure that the quality of the data. Yeah, quality of the data should be maintained. Then the data science method use must be also appropriate. And you have to avoid the GIGO, garbage in and so garbage out. And the third point about the put the priority. Put the priority means that how the decision can be making to the parties. So you can start by small and think big from this text. And the last point about the how action, how this the action. So you can implement the predictive research and also how you can implement the perspective analytics. That's why you can maximize the data science methods, including how you can maximize the clustering maybe, power forecasting, also classifications. So that's why here, the keyword is the outcomes. So you have to find more the outcomes. So the outcomes can be using another parties, not only for the publish the paper. So that's the goals of the research based on government. That's all my presentations. If you want to more detail about the research and we can do some research collaboration, maybe you can send me by email towards this address, rezi.eco.karika@bin.go.id. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk, Mr. Rezi. Well, actually, you point out so many factors to the government, so they has to consider that factors to make some public policy. Well, but actually, one caught up my attention is the maps about the distribution of Pokemon on the earlier slide. So actually, you're fans of Pokemon. Of course, I bet that you have Pokemon Go apps on your phone.
I hope so.
Okay, so if there are any questions from a participant, of course, you can ask directly to Mr. Resi, or you can type it on the chat box. Of course, you can type it in Indonesia. I will translate it. So please, if there are any questions
Hello,
from
Mas.
maybe from sure, please, Mr. Resi.
Yeah, we have question from Yudhistira.
Okay, excuse me, moderator, can I
Oh,
speak?
please, Mr. Yudhistira.
Okay, thank you for moderator to give me a chance. First of all, I want to appreciate Miss. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Hello?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear, please. Continue, Mr. Yudhistira.
Can can we hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Please.
Okay.
Go.
At first, I want to appreciate to Mr. Rezi for the presentation because I think you have so many efforts to elaborate data, especially for Susanas. I usually to give Susanas data too, gitu, and you can analyze with many variations such as clustering and so on, gitu. So I want to appreciate Mr. Rezi first to for effort to collaborate this data. But my question is, there is a big gap between analysis and government policies gitu. Policies, especially if we talk to about province or region level gitu, especially in Papua, yeah, with so many communication gaps or technology information with not so advanced gitu, not compared to Java. So as you work to for government institution, can you give us an advice? What is the best way to deliver our analysis gitu with some data gitu within government policies gitu? Because it's very important gitu to deliver how we work in analysis to be government policies. Maybe my question is it. Sorry for bad language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yudhistira. That's why my reason I moved to the SNU and declare myself as researcher in BRIN. So I mean that if I can work in government, I can give their insight. So that's why in the BRIN we have some of the BRIDA. So BRIN for the local government. So we can give our research to local government. Today maximize the benefits and also tackle the issues, Mr. Yudhistira. Only that. I mean that if we don't have the connections, of course our research will be not valuable. So we have to working a bit in other pathways. So the advantage of researcher, of course, they can using the hybrid methods. But what for? So we have to give our research to the local parties so they can know what is their problem and what is the solution. So only that they need not only the money.
Okay. Thank you for your question.
Yes, so actually we kind of have the same problem here. Actually, we have some difficulties to pass or deliver the message of our research to the government or local government to, they have to consider to make some public policy. Well, so next, another question from any participant.
Anyway, I share the link to the chat columns. So I make the R spatial patterns to the vulnerability SNEs.
Oh, thank you.
So of course, I want to invite you maybe. So I serve as the I serve as the editor and sustainability. So this is a key one. So maybe if you want to submit to this journal from the key one, yeah, you can submit directly. I mean that if your paper provide the high novelty, I can give you 100% of voucher. So you can publish a paper to the Q1 to this issue. Or maybe if you have the research toward the climate data, climate vulnerability using the data science of the statistic, yeah, you can also submit to the atmosphere. So atmosphere is the key to MDPI. So I can maybe if you paper provide high novelty, I maybe can share the 100% of the voucher. So you can publish free. Thank you, Mr. Harmanus.
Such a quite nice offer. So everyone who wants to publish their paper, of course, you can use the link shared by Mr. Resi. Okay, next question maybe. Is there any question from another participant? You can ask it directly, or maybe you can type it on the chat box. I'll read it.
Okay, another one, I want to share this part.
Oh, okay.
So maybe if you're interested to be research assistant in BRIN, so we have some research scheme. For example, postdoctoral, you can do your postdoc in BRIN, and also for visiting researcher. So this for the outside countries from the research. What also if you are the master student or bachelor students, also doctoral students, if you can if you want to do the research assistant, yeah, you can apply in website BRIN. So you can access from this one, Management Talenta BRIN. Yeah, we provide many research program in BRIN.
So many interesting offers, actually. Well, Mr. Resi, I want to ask, maybe need some confirmation from you about the 10 variables that you used to.
Oh, 11.
11, I mean 11, yes, 11. So actually, is it really possible to use it to make some research, the same research, but different province in Indonesia?
Of course, I mean that in this link, in the chat link, I send the link for social vulnerability for the business business research. I mean that it depends on our issues. So if we have to start from the theory, we have to start from the problem. I mean that not every country is similar. So if we want to make the maybe smart city index, of course we have to compare within Jakarta, Makassar, and Bandung. But maybe if we want to focus about the ICT, maybe the lack of the ICT, we have to concern in the East Indonesia. So we have to compare with the Papua, maybe NTB, NTT. Yeah, we have to specify what is our rules.
Maybe poverty or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
More specific, more good.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of interesting from some maps of yours, like Latin, natural hazard, and non-natural hazard, social hazard. Can you display it once more?
Sorry, but what?
The maps, Latin, natural hazard, non-natural hazard, social.
Here only, for example, I mean that if
I see.
Yeah, if we want to get the problem to the one problem, yeah, we have to concern with only this slide. So I mean that these figures already contains of these 3 variables. But if you want to look more detail specifically, yeah, we have to focus in what problems.
I see.
It means that latent clustering already covering for natural, non-natural, and so hazard, and so social hazard. So this already contains 3 information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Resi, please correct me if I'm wrong, but for the 11 variables or 11 factors, they give or they indicate positive effect for on social vulnerability.
Yeah,
is it correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Here, you can see the raw value.
Awesome.
Yeah, we can justify by the raw value here, the value.
Yes.
So compared to the alpha, you can choose 5%, 10%, more specific range. Yeah, of course, you can get specific significant value.
Yeah, it's indicate positive effect. Okay.
Compared with another vulnerability. Yeah, quite big dilemma. And how we identify? I mean that we're talking about the infrastructure there. Then we're talking about the medical stuff. the doctor and the nurse, how they can survive. So that's why.
Yes, actually, we can see that we have so many interesting points that you have to talk about and should be, put into consideration how the government should make some public policy.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking to my students with the master and doctoral level in University of Indonesia. I said to them that don't focus to make the accuracy, but how you research can be useful to the government. We no need to do the research to the accuracy. I mean,
that's a very good point. Yes. Well, the last maybe any other question from participant from University of Cairo or another participant? Well, I think because the time is limited, so I think this is the end of the talk from Mr. Resi Eko Caraka, PhD. So once again, we really thank for attending this conference as a keynote speaker. We have so many things, of course, positive things that we can take from these talks. And as an appreciation, we have a certificate from the committee for Mr. Resi. Please, okay, this is the certificate for Mr. Resi Eko Caraka, PhD, in recognition as keynote speaker. Once again, thank you very much for
Take care.
interesting talks. I hope we can meet in the future and do something greater. Thank you again, Mr. Resi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Take care, Mr. Resi. Thank you. Okay. So the fourth speaker actually has done his talks in the session. So we will move to next keynote speaker, but I would like to invite the next moderator, Mrs. Windy Mose, PhD. Are you there?
Yes, Pak Hari, can you hear my voice clearly?
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
So, so this is the next session for the last keynote speaker, and then I'll give it to next moderator, Mrs. Windy Mose. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Hari, but I think it's a bit earlier, isn't it? I think it's now 1:40, but so based on the schedule, yes, Dr. Ono will present his talk. It's about 1:50, so I think we are
So
10 minutes earlier. Yes, about yeah, but it's okay.
Maybe we will have a break, or
maybe I will call Ono Sensei. Yeah.
Okay.
Ono Sensei, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. I can hear you clearly. Is it possible for you to for us to start the presentation earlier? I mean, 10 minutes earlier. Is it okay with you?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ono. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Windy Mose, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. So, finally, we've come to our fifth speaker. So today we have with us a horticultural scientist from Kyoto University, Dr. Sho Ono. So how are you, Ono Sensei? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, I think when was the last time we met? I think it was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
In
UK.
Work in UK, yes, in Jose's lab. So yes, I'm glad to see you again, and I hope all is well. But I'm sorry, Sensei, I think before we start your presentation, I want to introduce your profiles a bit. Is it okay with you?
Yeah, okay. So I will stop. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So please the committee to bring Dr. Ono's profile on screen. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker has had distinguished career in horticultural science. He's a faculty of Graduate School of Agriculture, Kyoto University. He finished his bachelor in agriculture and master and PhD as well as PhD in horticulture in Kyoto University. He's also concluded his postdoctoral research at Warwick University, UK. So Dr. Ono has a broad research interest from horticultural science to genome editing in horticultural plants. And his research is a significant contribution to horticultural science. So you can find his papers and publications in his profile in Kyoto University's website, Google Scholar or ResearchGate. So, okay, thank you, the committee. Ono Sensei, you have 30 minutes to present your work. And after that, we'll have a discussion for about 15 minutes. And for your information, our audiences are faculties, researchers, and students also, so quite various background. And all the audience can ask the question. If you have a question, you can ask your question during the session by raising your hand, or you can type your question in the chat box and I'm going to read them for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, today Dr. Ono will share with us his work in yellow flavonoid biosynthesis in Dahlia. And so, Ono Sensei, it is your time to present your work. You have 30 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction, Wendy. And I would like to appreciate the organizing committee to give me opportunity to have a talk here. So yeah, let's start my presentation. Sorry. Yeah, so I'd like to introduce my research background briefly. I mainly study on flower pigment and its biosynthesis, especially in dahlias and some other horticulture plants. So I identified the BHLH transcription factor, which is positively regulator of the anthocyanin biosynthesis in dahlia, or mechanisms. I elucidated mechanisms on black coloration in dahlia. This is post-transcriptional gene silencing of flavon synthase is involved in here. Or I also analyzed unstable pigmentation in bicolor flowering dahlias. Here is PTGS of carbon synthase is involved in here. And the last one is the 6-deoxycarbon biosynthesis in dahlia. So this is today's topic, so I will explain later. And also I analyzed, now I'm studying on this one also, unstable anthocyanin pigmentation in paper. Now this photo is showing several flowers, but I collected these flowers from the same plant on the same day. So some paper plants has purple flowers or purple fruits, but in this is a mutant line of the one paper cultivar, and this produces very various flower colors. So I'm studying about this phenomena. And also I analyzed the not only anthocyanins but also betalains now. And this is bougainvillea. Maybe you can find in Indonesia. And like this cultivar named Timma shows unstable betalain pigmentation in bracts. You can find the purple bracts and the white bracts, or sometimes in the mixed one in the same plant. And I analyzed the molecular basis of this. And we found that post-transcriptional gene silencing of betalain biosynthetic gene, one of betalain biosynthetic gene is involved in this phenomena. And this was the first report for the PTGS is involved in betalain biosynthetic gene in the world. Okay, so Today's topic is yellow flavonoid in dahlias, so I'd like to introduce dahlia briefly. So dahlia is very beautiful flower and very important horticulture crops because there are very wide variations in flower colors, shapes, and sizes. Recently, last 50,000 cultivars was developed in the last 100 years. The size is also very various and 3 centimeter diameter to 30 centimeter diameters. And this huge variation in dahlia may be due to the high purity of dahlia, and dahlia is believed to be octoploid with 2n equal 8x equals 64. So dahlia is octoploid. And dahlia is vegetatively propagated like tuberous roots or cuttings. So it is very heterologous plant. This also enlarges the variation of phenotype. And the pigments in the flowers are flavonoids. The red to purple is anthocyanins, and pale white cultivar like this accumulates only flavones, and the yellow color or purple or red one is come from 6-deoxychalcones. This is the flavonoid biosynthetic pathway. Flavonoid is one of 4 major plant pigments. And this is water-soluble pigments, mainly located in vacuole in plant cells. This has very wide range of colors from pale yellow, red, blue. And these flavonoids include chalcones, flavones, flavonoids, and anthocyanins. And today's topic, yellow pigments in dahlia, is 6-deoxychalcones. This is very interesting point because flavonoid, there is very rare to show very bright yellow color by flavonoids. This is the structure of one of the pigments in dahlia petals, butane for malonyl sulfide. And the biosynthetic pathway is like this, but I will explain later. So usually yellow flower colors in plants is derived, not flavonoids, usually derived from carotenoids like roses or chrysanthemums or tulips. These plants all come from the carotenoids and they accumulate carotenoids in the petals. But only some plants like dahlias or snapdragons yellow pigments are flavonoids, and also some limited species accumulate betalains as yellow pigments in flowers. Yellow flavonoids can be classified into 2 groups. One is 4-hydroxyolone or sulfating, come from the snapdragon. And the other one is 6-deoxychalcones or 4-deoxyolones, olecithin or bracteogen, from dahlias or cosmos sulfureus. These two has different biosynthetic pathway, and today's topic, dahlia, is these 6-deoxychalcones. Here, 6-deoxychalcones, especially in dahlia, is mainly isoliquiditigenin or isoliquiditigenin, and butane is main pigments. These 2 pigments are found in dahlias or cosmos sulfureus or coreopsis. And these 3 or also bidens also accumulate deoxychalcones, but all these plants are very phylogenetically closely related species. And 6-deoxycarbon biosynthesis pathway is like this. Usually, flavonoids are synthesized from common substrate, 4-fumaroyl-CoA, and malonyl-CoA. And these two substrates are converted by several enzymes, and anthocyanins, flavones, and flavonols were synthesized. But in 6-deoxycarbons, in addition to CHS or carbon synthase, the same out here, this AKR, aldoketo reductase, is involved in here. And then at first, isorecruitidine is synthesized from the common substrate fumaroyl-CoA and malonyl-CoA, and then this will be converted to butane by CH3H, carbon 3 hydroxylase. But only AKR, it was presumed to be AKR is involved in here, but this gene has not been identified yet. So we try to isolate this gene. So now today's topic is already published, and if you want to know detail about this, you can please read this paper. So to isolate butane involved AKR, we used 3 lateral mutant cultivars. One is Shukuhai SH. This has red, white bicolor, but just focus on red part, please. And this cultivar accumulates anthocyanin, flavon, and 6-deoxycarbon. The next lateral mutant is Iwaibune, IB. This also accumulates the same pigments with high SH, but this has deeper red color compared to high SH. And the other one, this one, Linka, RK, has purple color, and this cultivar lost 6-deoxycarbon, but just accumulate anthocyanins and flavones in petals. So these are very nice plant materials to analyze 6-deoxycarbon biosynthetic pathway. So we at first quantified the pigment in petals. We divided flowers into 4 developmental stages and measure the pigment from stage 2 to stage 4. So this is anthocyanin, and please look at stage 3. SH, red one, IB is deep red one, and RK is purple one. You can find RK has the highest anthocyanin amount, and SH has the lowest amount. The similar trend was found in flavon. SH is the lowest, but RK has the highest. But opposite, 6-deoxycarbon, you can find SH has the highest, and there is no 6-deoxycarbon here in RK. So this means RK has mutant of 6-deoxycarbon biosynthesis. In the previous reports, so AKR for butane biosynthetic pathway has not been isolated, but only one report has, only several reports in soybean or legume plants, the same substrate, isorecruitidine, is reported, and this is isoflavone pathway, isoflavone biosynthetic pathway, and in here, CHR, carbon reductase, is involved in here. So this gene belongs to the same AKR, but AKR4A subfamily gene. So we think we can use this information to isolate AKR genes in protein biosynthesis. So at first, we performed RNA-seq analysis, transcriptome analysis using SHI, SH, and RK, and we performed Illumina, we obtained Illumina read and de novo assembly by Trinity and got context. And we pick up AKR genes and to find the closely related to CHR genes in soybean. This is the AKR phylogenetic tree, and here is AKR4A family genes from legumes, including glycemic soybeans or medicago sativa or some other glycines. But we couldn't find any AKR4A genes from our transcriptome data. Instead, we could find 4 AKR genes which belong to AKR4B subfamily here. And there was no AKR4C genes. So at first we analyzed expression level of these 4 genes and including CHS2 and CH3H, which is important for protein biosynthetic pathway. And we compare the expression of these genes using SH, IB, and RK3 lateral mutant cultivars, but we couldn't find any correlation with 6-deoxycalcone biosynthesis. So this means these AKR2 to 5, these 4 genes are not involved in protein biosynthetic pathway. So we back to transcriptome data and performed comparative RNA-seq analysis. And we picked, we plotted the expression data for each context and calculated FPKM fragments per kilobase of exon per million reads mapped. And we found that one gene shows very high expression in SH compared to RK. This is renamed DVAKR1, shows 9.5 times higher expression in SH compared to RK. And there was no genes highly expressed in SH. So we think this DVAKR1 might be candidate gene for AKR involved in isolytic gene biosynthesis. So we analyzed this gene expression. Then, so this expression level is highly in SH and middle in IB and very low in RK in stage 2 and almost lost in stage 4. This was very correlated to pigment 6-deoxycalcone accumulation. So this indicates DVAK1 expression is very important for 6-deoxycalcone biosynthesis. Again, we added these genes because we found 4 RNA sequence for DVAKR1. So we named DVAKR1 to 11 to 14, and we added these genes in the phylogenetic tree. These genes also belongs to AKR family, but totally different from AKR4A family. This DVAK1 belongs to AKR13 subfamily and very not closely related to non-soybean CHR calcone reductase genes. And also we analyzed the genomic structure here. And for example, the calcone reductase 1 in soybean has 3 exons and 2 introns, but DVAKR1 has 5 exons and 4 introns. And this was quite similar to Arabidopsis 81G 60910 located here. but this gene function is still unknown now. So this indicates this DBAKR1 is very not different. It's different, totally different from GM Max calcon reductase. So we need to validate the function of DBAKR1 to know truly this is involved in isoleakage gain biosynthesis. So at first we produced transgenic tobacco plants which overexpressing DBAKR1. Here, DBAKR1 and use GMCHR5 or GMCHR6. These are functional calcon reductase in soybean, which is involved in isoleakage gain biosynthesis, and it has previously reported. So we made, and also using gas as a mock, and we produced transgenic tobacco plants, and pigments in flowers were hydrolyzed and analyzed. And these are photos of the transgenic plants, but looks similar. And we could validate transgenic expression, but pigments here, we could one pigs, but that is not isoleakage gain, but camphorol. And this is, we can also find this from gas smoke treatment. So we couldn't detect isoleakage gaining. This means single overexpression of AKR or CHR is not enough to accumulate isoleakage gaining in tobacco plants. So next, we think other genes such as CH3H or CHS, like CH3H or CHS, are other protein biosynthetic pathway genes is required for isoleakage gaining accumulation in tobacco. So we produced these genes overexpression lines and crossed with DBAKR1 or GMCHR5 overexpression plants. And this is a result, the photos, and also we could validate the transgenic expression, but again, we couldn't detect isoleakage gaining. So maybe these two genes are not important. Then we hypothesize glucosyl transferase because carriers accumulate isoleakage gain and butane as a glycoside. In general, plants accumulate flavonoids with glucosylated state. So we think glucosyl transferase is important to accumulate in plant cells. So in this case, we chose calcon 4 glucosyl transferase from Snapdragon AMC4GT. And here we use agroinfiltration in Nicotiana benzamiana because production of the transgenic Nicotiana tabacum plants needs maybe very long time, about half a year. So it takes very, very long time, but agroinfiltration, you don't need so long time, maybe 2 months or less. So here we use agroinfiltration to analyze the function of AKR1. Here, gene combination is DBAKR1, CHR5, CHR6 with MC4GT. And we mixed the agrobacterium, 2 different agrobacterium, and then infiltrated into the benzamiana leaves. And 5 days after infiltration, pigments were extracted and hydrolyzed and analyzed by HPLC. And we could validate transgene expression, but still we couldn't detect isoleakage gaining here. Well, we couldn't detect isoleakage gaining, but also, we couldn't detect flavonoids here. So we think the flavonoid biosynthetic capacity or ability is very low in benzamiana leaves. So we added another gene. So to enhance flavonoid production, we chose CMEVA from pepper. This is a MIB transcription factor promoting anthocyanin biosynthesis, like this or like this. Because we are studying about the capsicum onion MIB transcription factor, so we have CMEVA sequence, so we used this one. Again, this is a method for aggregation, and we added CMEVA in addition to AKR or C4GT. And then we analyzed the HPLC. And this is the infiltrated leaves. And you can find here the leaf turned a bit red. And this indicates overexpression of CMEVA is successfully induced. And we also validated the transgene expression. And finally, we could detect isoleakage gaining from all the tested lines. And also we analyzed this peak by photodiode array spectrum and compared to isoleakage gaining standard and looks very similar, indicating the peak detected here is isoleakage gaining. So overexpression of DBAKR1, AMC4GT, and CMEVA induced isoleakage gaining accumulation indicated that so DBAKR1 is involved in isoleakage gaining biosynthesis in the area. So this is the gene what we looking for. And also not only AKR but also glycosyltransferase and MIB or other genes might be important for isoleakage gaining accumulation in tobacco. And also, so next we want to know this DBAK1 is important for 6-deoxycargon accumulation in diets. We chose 30 cultivars. 12 of them accumulate 6-deoxycargons, but 18 of them do not accumulate deoxycargons. And we analyzed DBAKR1 expression level and allelic variation. This is DBAKR1 expression level in 30 cultivars. And you can find left 12 cultivars. They accumulate 6-deoxycargons, showed relatively higher expression, but 18 cultivars without 6-deoxycargons shows very low expressions. On this one exception cultivar, Supergal, shows very high expression. And also we sequenced the full length DBAKR1, and this Supergal has normal protein. So we think Supergal has a functional DBAK1 but lost 6-deoxycargon in other genes. Anyway, so this result shows cultivars with 6-deoxycargons shows higher expression of DBAK1. So next, we analyze DBAK1 allelic variation in these cultivars. So we found 4 types of DBAK1 alleles, and we designed primers to detect type 1 and 2, or type 3 and type 4. And we performed genomic PCR and found that the cultivars with 6-deoxycargons has P1, P3 bands. This indicates these cultivars harbor DBAKR1 or 1, 2. And the cultivar without 6-deoxycargons, except for 19 and 24, don't have these P1, P3. So DBA AKR11 and 12. So this data indicating cultivars with 6 degree chalcones had DBA AKR11 or 12, but cultivars without 6 degree chalcones did not have DBA AKR11 or 12, indicating this DBA AKR1 gene is the determinant gene for 6 degree chalcone accumulation in most areas. And also, we analyzed, we identified the chalcones, 6 degree chalcones, and their contribution to yellow coloration in areas. So I will talk about this a bit. So we identified yellow flavonoids in SH petals by HR, FAB-MS, and NMR. So we took 30 grams of dried petals, and pigments were extracted by methanol, acetic acid, and water, and separated by HPLC or paper chromatography or chrome chromatography, and analyzed by these machines. And then we could identify totally 14 compounds, and 5 of them are isorecogenic, and 5 of them were butane derivatives. This is a HPLC chart, and the yellow color is mainly detected in 400 nanometers. And isorecogenic and their glucoside or marine glucoside or sulfuroside were detected, and for butane, marine glucoside, marine sulfuroside, glucoside, sulfuroside were detected. And this was, from this data, we made putative 6-deoxychalcone biosynthesis pathway in barrier like this. So final product might be this, butane for maronyl sulfuroside, butane with 2 glucose and 1 maronyl. These here. So maybe here, C4GT, chalcone 4-glucose transferase, and another GT, chalcone 4-glucoside glucose transferase, and MAT is maronyl transferase. So mainly, in addition to CHS, AKR, CH3H, C4GT, C4GGT, and C4G-MAT is involved in 6-deoxychalcone derivatives biosynthesis in area. And also, we analyzed the correlation of the yellowness of the petals and these pigment accumulation. We used 10 cultivars, and we measured color components of the CIE L star, S star, B star coordinate by colorimeter, and also pigment was analyzed by HPLC. Here, B star indicates yellowness. The positive value indicates very more yellow, and less B star value indicates pale yellow. And these 10 cultivars has different yellow color intensity. And we analyzed the pigments by HPLC, and we found that these three pigments, so butane 4 sulfuroside, butane 4 maronyl glucoside, and isorecogenic 4 glucoside are highly accumulated. And we analyzed the correlation between the B star value and these pigment amount. And we found that the B star value, this means the indicator of yellowness of the petal, is highest in butane for maronyl glucoside. And the second is butane for sulfuroside, and the third is isorecogenic for maronyl glucoside. So these three pigments showed high correlation coefficient with the B star value, indicating these three pigments has a very important role for their yellowness. So here, so the final product might be betaine-formyl sulfoxide, but the most important pigment might be betaine-sulfoxide or betaine-formyl glucoside and isolic ethylene-formyl glucoside. So maybe these three pigments has very important factor for yellowness in dyers. Okay, so the conclusion of my presentation is here. We identify a novel advocate reductase, DVAK1, is involved in isolic scanning biosynthesis in dahlia. And also DNA variations, I mean, allelic variations in DVAK1 can explain the difference of 6-deoxycarbon accumulation. So with or without 6-deoxycarbon accumulation. So this means DVAK1 is the determinant factor for 6-deoxycarbon accumulation in many cultivars. And we identified 5 betaine derivatives and 5 isolic derivatives. And among them, the betaine-formyl glucoside, betaine-sulfoxide, and isolic ethylene-formyl glucoside are very important for yellow colorness in dahlias. So our findings in this study will contribute not only to efforts at breeding new yellow dahlia cultivars, but also to molecular breeding yellow flowers in other species by introducing the betaine biosynthetic pathway. I mean, plants which cannot synthesize carotenoids in petals do not have yellow flowers like hydrangea or morning glory or like this. So if we could introduce betaine biosynthetic pathway in these plants, then we could produce yellow flowers in these species. Yeah, that's all for my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ono Sensei. Yes, I agree that flower color is one of the most important traits of floriculture. And for that reason, it is very important for us to understand its biosynthesis. So now we've come to the discussion session. If you have the question for Dr. Ono, please raise your hand, or I will call on to you to ask the question, or you can add them on the chat. While we are waiting for the questions from the participant, Ono Sensei, actually, and in Indonesia, we have our indigenous orchid species. As you know, orchid is also one of our important commodity. This orchid is called Dendrobium phalaenopsis, or we call it anggrek larat in Bahasa Indonesia. It has two cultivars. The first cultivar originally grown in Southwest Maluku in our province. Here in Maluku, we have higher light intensity as well as low rainfall rate, so the flower's color is dark purple. While the second one grows in Java Island, where the light intensity is tend to lower and the rainfall rate is higher, so the color of this variety is light purple. So Ono Sensei, is there any possibility that the differences between this geographical background also affect the coloration, or even maybe affect the pigment biosynthesis in this flower? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. But also the geographical effect is very important. Like higher place has more very intense UV light, so they must protect their cells to accumulate flavonoids like anthocyanins, and yeah, so maybe that could be. But in horticulture plants, because so a lot of traits are bred by humans, so also what we favor, what we like is also important. So maybe, yeah, that, yeah.
Okay, yes. So I think dahlia is one of the popular flower, I mean, ornamental flower in Japan. In Indonesia, we also have the ornamental plants that we use for floriculture, but mainly it does not produce flowers, but the leaves itself can be, you know, the ornamental characteristic. So I'm very interested at the prospect that butane is a good candidate for bioengineering bright yellow color flowers, because most plant species can accumulate flavonoids in their flowers. So I was wondering, it is possible for us to express these flavonoid biosynthesis-related genes in other parts of the plants? I mean, like the leaves.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. We are also analyzing a beta-arene biosynthetic pathway, and we also produced the beta-arene biosynthetic gene overexpression lines in tobaccos, and we found the beta-xanthine, which is yellow pigment, and overexpression line of the tobacco could accumulate beta-xanthines in leaves, and yeah, bit yellow. Of course, there is chlorophyll and so green and not clear, but looks very yellowish leaves. So it could be.
Okay, thank you very much, Ono Sensei. Once again, if there is any questions from the participants, if you hesitate, you can ask in Bahasa and I will read them for you in English. Or you can raise your hands, use the tool, raise tools in the Zoom. So I will call on you to read your question. Ono Sensei, is it possible for us to get the presentation that you present or your talk here? Or okay, if it's possible, then maybe we can get the presentation later. So we have one a question here from Ibu Shilda Natalia Yoris from Unpati. So I will give Ibu Shilda the opportunity to ask the question directly to Dr. Ono. Please, Ibu Shilda.
Thank you, Mrs. Windy. Good afternoon, Sensei.
Good afternoon.
I'm just curious. It must be take a long time for your big research, big idea, and I just curious. Is there any database or data collection from your whole research, or maybe digital tracking or digital recording for whole research and related? Or maybe topic related to your research, Sensei?
Yeah, maybe I haven't wrote any reviews yet, so, and also I didn't write it down in English in somewhere, so maybe there is no, but you can find that in Japan, the all researchers has the researcher database named Research Map, and you can find direct link from the research map to each journals. Or if you send me email, and I can send you my papers to you, it's okay.
Okay, Sensei, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Shilda. Ono Sensei, so is it possible to you to show your email on the screen, or maybe type it in your presentation, so maybe other participants that would like to ask you, they can send you an email? Is it possible, or Ibu Shilda can, or maybe in a chat box? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you showed my email in the introduction file, no?
Oh yes, yeah. Or maybe I
Didn't you?
can type it. Yes. Wait a minute.
Well, you can show the email address by, yeah, I stopped the sharing. So
Or actually, I have your email in hand. Wait. Oh no, I sent it to. So I sent it your email in the chat box.
Yeah.
Thank you, On Sensei.
Mhm.
Maybe Ibu Shilda, if she has other questions or other inquiries, maybe she can contact you directly to your email. Thank you, Ibu Shilda and Ono Sensei. Is there any other questions from the participants? You can raise your hand or you can type it in the chat box. Based on the schedule, we have, I think, 13 or no, 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Yes.
Good afternoon, Professor Ono.
Yeah,
How
good
are you?
afternoon. Yeah, it's good.
Can I ask a questions?
Yeah, of course.
Mrs. Moderator.
Yes, please, Professor
Thank you.
Elim.
I'm very knowledgeable after hearing your wise explanation. Long time ago, I already thought why these roses become yellow, pink, red, dark red, and so forth. And now you already answering. So last time I asked a biologist in our university at Pattimura University, but he didn't answer until you come. You are just like an angel today for us here. So maybe in the future we can do collaboration. My question is, because I'm a physicist, I like the physical process. How this flavon change from one structure to another structure. And luckily you already investigated the process, how this very specific gene that can make the color of these all flowers changing from very gradually, very tightly. So my question is, what is have you count how big the mass of this structure of the flavon changing from color to color? Because as a physicist, normally we detect the mass and then it will be related to the structure and the energy.
So yeah, maybe for biologists, these kind of the biosynthesis, secondary metabolite biosynthesis pathway is very common, but yeah, for other fields, it's very strange. And also, yeah, one of my friend, he is doing organic chemistry and like the plant secondary metabolite is crazy or something like this. So okay, so in the plant, each enzyme make the complex, are called metabolon. And maybe in the plant cells, a lot of enzymes combine one to each other, and like a lot of enzymes combine in one complex. And then maybe they take substrate and then pass through each enzymes and go to the final substrate. So
how about the environment?
Environment in the vacuum, so maybe liquid phase and water soluble state, I think.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Very good talk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Elim. It was a very interesting question and a very detailed answer from Ono Sensei. We have 5 minutes left. If you have any questions from the participants or maybe other committee, would you like to ask some questions from Ono Sensei? So Ono Sensei, apparently it takes more than one promoter to finally express the is it DVAK1, isn't it? Yes, with the third promoter, it finally can express in tubercle plants. So if we want to express this gene into other species or maybe other parts of plants, we need to take really careful considerability for the construct of the gene itself, because if it's not, then it will not express, isn't it?
Yeah, so Yeah, in the previous paper, some previous papers indicated the overexpression of one gene is enough to accumulate isorecognition in tobacco, but we couldn't reproduce the result. So maybe at least from our result, at least three different genes must be expressing in the same place. So maybe at least we have to put these three genes in one vector or using three different vectors and to express in the same cells is required now. Yeah.
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 Because Nicotiana is a model plant itself, so it must be, yes, but at least it can be expressed.
Yeah, but I think it depends on the plant because I think dahlias just lost DBKY expression, lost the 6-deoxycargon accumulation. So maybe it depends on the plant, and we don't know the it depends on the plant. Yeah.
And I think it also depends on the ploidy states of the plant itself, because dahlia is an autoploidy plant. So yes, I think that also affect the success, if it's successful or not. Is it could express or not?
Maybe ploidy is not that important for 6-deoxycargon accumulation, I think, because dahlia is octaploid, but other related species are not octaploid, like tetraploid or maybe diploid. So maybe ploidy is not important.
Okay, thank you very much, Ono Sensei. It was a very valuable and also very lively discussion between you and other participants, between you as a presenter and also the questioner. So thank you very much. As a token of our appreciation for your time and your valuable contribution, we would like to give you a certificate of appreciation. Please, committee, bring the Dr. Ono's certificate on screen. Thank you very much, Ono Sensei. I'm looking forward to see you again in Q, maybe another summer. Or, we still have paper that unfinished, so I need to finish that as soon as possible. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end part of this session. Again, thank you very much for Dr. Ono for sharing with us his knowledge, his expertise. We believe that all of us will benefit a lot from his presentation today. So see you later, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ono Sensei.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, Ibu Noriska.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Windy Mose, and also thank you very much to Dr. Sho Ono and all the keynote speakers. We have a very honored to have you in this afternoon in Ambon local time, actually, and with a great and inspiring talk. And also thank you very much to all the participants for staying in this room, Zoom. Now we are continuing the meeting to the next agenda for parallel session, but we have a break time until 3 p.m. on Ambon local time or East Indonesian time. See you at 3 p.m. and I would like to inform you that you can join the break room. Depend on your class presentation that listed in abstract book, in behind abstract book. And for other participant who wants to join to watching the parallel session, please join the room. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your break time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that we have 3 best presenter after the parallel session. So the committee have a certificate and also a special gift to you guys, that 3 best presenter. So do your best presentation in your parallel class, and see you on the break room. And after that, you can join in the main room, so we can go to the announcement and also the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.